Everybody, welcome back to Alien RPG. This is AvPvE session 9. We were off for a few weeks. Different things came up, and even today I'm not playing with a full crew. But the story demands to continue. It demands to be told, and that's what we're going to do. Please subscribe to this channel if you like this content. We plan to bring you continuous runs of Alien content, and we're planning on branching out into other games. The new Blade Runner game, a love of mine, which is the Conan 2D20 system from Modifius. So we're going to be doing some other stuff, but Alien will still be the primary focus of the content. We still have quite a bit left in this campaign. There's a lot to do. So if like and subscribe, please comment below. I love seeing people's comments. I really enjoy the engagement, and of course, all that engagement really helps push the channel out there to more people. So, without further ado, we will further ado. Without further goodbyes. Without further ado, we'll jump right in.
I'm great about not making it. Next week on Wednesday, I have to move my daughter from one apartment to another in Chicago. So I won't be here next Wednesday.
Well, yeah.
That really screws things up because it's
No, that's right in line with me though. Unfortunately, Wednesday next week is the last day of the month, which means I'm not going to be able to make it anyway. Just a pain in the ass. So.
are maybe other times or days would they be more conducive for? I mean, I've been through this before too because I tried to do an online thing and it worked for a long time and then life gets in the way, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, I know everybody that's still here is motivated. There's something that can cause less conflict. I don't know.
Yeah, the problem I've got is that the way my work schedule works, Wednesday just is typically my day off, and and I work a lot with a little bit of driving, and then there's six of us in the house, so when we get into evenings and stuff like that, I'm usually just tied up. I've got too much going on. So
Yeah, I hear you. That's kind of my situation too. It's hard to scroll away some time, to do something like this reliably.
yeah, that I'm not 22 anymore, so staying up till midnight during the week
Yeah,
to play a game, it doesn't.
yeah. No, that doesn't work for me much either. Sharif and his buddies do a lot of online gaming, and at night they keep inviting me, and I feel bad when you say no because by about 8 o'clock my brain is ready to shut down.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Bob is behind his computer screen, shrugging,
Yeah.
thinking we're a bunch of wimps because he's up at
Right. Yeah.
2:30 in the morning.
2:30. Yeah. That's right. That's right. Better man than I am.
Yeah, that's the truth. So here's what we're going to have to do to lighten the load on me a little bit. Just for this run. I'm going to put each of you in charge of one of the other three characters. I'm going to give you access to their character sheet. I'm not expecting you to role play their characters, but just when it's time for their character to have a turn, make a move, what have you. Because like I said, it starts to become a lot on me when I have to run PCs in addition to the regular group of NPCs and other things that are going on. So, who wants to run the Vickers, the medic?
Um. Well,
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'll just edit, and let's see, Bob and Bob. All right, Bob, you should be able to see Matthew Vickers' character sheet now. All right, perfect. Max, I'm just going to throw you Rudy.
okay.
Let's see here. Jim and Jim. Okay.
Got it.
All right. And then who's left? Dr. Mitchell Roman will go over to Dwayne, and then if Andy shows up, we'll if he's able to make it later on, we'll give him back. Except I can't find you. There you are. All right, you should see his character sheet now.
Oh yeah, there it is. Okay.
All right, cool. So, um, when we last left our intrepid heroes, um, the evil maniacal game mother had managed to separate you guys three ways, because that's just what I do. Um, we've got on the ship is Max Decker. On the main level of the Weyland Yutani facility is Jake, Vickers, Rudy, and Dr. Roman. And in the shaft on sub sounded kind of funny. In the shaft on sub level 2 is Dwayne, who just as he was getting this door open, that huge shockwave hit the facility, and poor Dr. Dyson, head of Weyland Yutani's facility here, fell to an unfortunate end at the bottom of the shaft in darkness. You guys, Max had seen, he was on board while you guys were conversing with Dyson before that actually happened. Max was on board the ship when Apollo detected an unknown vessel entering the atmosphere, and he caught a glimpse of this huge C-shaped ship that just seemed to hover over the colony for a moment, and then all electronics and power sources across the entire colony, including the ship and the Weyland Yutani facility, just went dead. Um, Minutes later, a substance of some sort rained down from the ship in a spiral pattern onto the colony, and almost immediately following that, another ship that Max could barely see. It was really more just a reflection of the light on it as much as actually seeing the ship itself. Looked like it tried to dock with that large ship, and then it used some sort of FTL, the likes of which you've never seen before, and left the atmosphere. That caused the shock wave, which leveled most of the colony, as well as caused the death of poor Dr. Dyson. Perhaps if he were more athletically inclined, he would have had a chance. But meanwhile, your exfiltration team from SSI that was on standby, you guys were able to get back in touch with them, and by making some Comtech rolls to get some of your electronics up and running, and he informed you that he was on his way to the facility. That his name is the leader is Blake Jones, and he is on his way with his team to the facility. Even though you guys aren't compromised, he told you that the whole colony is compromised, and that he would explain later. So that's where we left off. And I'm going to start with Dwayne. Dwayne, as you know, after that shockwave happens and you watch to your horror as Dyson falls, and there was no response to you calling him, and there was no sound at all. As you get that door open, inside you should see that room on sub. Oh, one more piece of information for you guys. Jake, Rudy, let's see, Jake, Rudy, Andy, and not Andy, but Mitchell and Vickers are all on the main level. You guys did access Dyson's computer. You were able to reroute enough emergency power and bypass his security to learn that the facility actually has 3 levels. The level you're on, and then 2 sub-levels, sub-level 1 and 2. And Dwayne, your objective was to try to get to the uh, the generators or the emergency reactor, which is on sublevel one, to get that up and running so that you can get power back to the station or to the facility.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Did I leave anything out? Is that? I think that's it.
Yeah, I think that's it. But let's see, I was able to get part of the systems running non-gelatin, right?
Correct. You couldn't get the reactor fired up. Um,
Right.
from the mechanical standpoint, electronically it's ready to go. The problem is you just don't have enough power to really run most of the ship's systems. Like you can divert power around to do different things if you need to, but that's kind of where you're stuck. Um, and I mean, you guys pretty much surmised that that it was some sort of electromagnetic pulse that caused all this, which means most electronic systems to bring them back online is going to require a Comtech roll. The ship itself is pretty much ready. You just got to get someone with heavy machinery, a good heavy
Right.
machinery, to get the engine going.
Yeah, yeah, and I can open up the airlock if I need to.
Correct.
Right, so everything's ready for me to come running back. Proceed. All right.
All right, so we'll start with Dwayne. Dwayne, as you get that door open, you see a security room that's very similar to the ones upstairs on the main level, and there are two Wayland Utani security personnel there. It looks like they're messing with these guys are not like the ones upstairs. The ones upstairs were armed with ES4 stun pistols. These guys are armed with some sort of assault rifle. It looks like a pulse rifle of some kind. You're not really familiar with it, but it's got Wayland Utani stamped on it, and uh, it looks like it has an underbarrel incinerator unit. A small flame unit. But as you are coming through that door, they definitely see you, but like I said, they're working on their weapons.
Working on their weapons.
Yep.
Oh, they're not. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're it
I got you.
yeah, I get you. Okay. Um, yeah, one of them kind of looks your way and says, "Can are you here to get power up?"
Yeah, I'm here to try and get power up, but Dr. Dyson just fell down this elevator shaft. I think he's in bad shape. So I'm gonna turn around and look down the shaft. Um, I've got a flashlight, so I'm gonna flash it down there.
Okay.
Does it look as bad as it sounded?
Yeah. Make a power roll on your flashlight.
Oh crap! What power does a flashlight usually have?
High beams start with 5. Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong screen. There we go. Okay, so no face huggers. So yeah, as you shine your beam down the shaft, Dyson is laying on his front, kind of sprawled. All of it doesn't look like he broke any arms or legs or anything along those lines, but there is a huge pool of blood underneath him, as well as what you're pretty sure are some parts that are supposed to stay inside the body.
Oh, okay.
Um, can't be sure from this distance, but your gut reaction is he probably died on impact. Um, might have fallen on something at the bottom of the shaft. There's some bits of machinery and stuff down
All
there.
right. Well, I'm gonna turn back to the two security guys and say, yeah, Dyson has he's done. I think. Which way to the reactor? I'm a visitor here. I don't know my way around, but I'm here to try and get power up and to help. Which way to the reactor?
They kind of look at each other for a moment. and they look a little more closely at you. They probably see your Weyland-Yutani lanyard, and one of them points down the hallway that leads, down this way. And they say, just follow the hallway all the way to the end. The reactors are down there. And then he looks to his other guy and says, climb down there and check on Dice and see if you can get the door down there open so we can get him to medical. So that other guy goes over past you and starts climbing his way down the ladder.
So the guy that's still there, I ask him, is there a maintenance closet or something around here where I could get a maintenance jack? It'll help me with some of these doors.
He says there are tools in the reactor room.
Oh, well, I gotta get in the reactor. Okay, so I'm gonna head towards the reactor room.
All right, so that has you moving down the hallway. You get to this spot right here. It ends in a doorway, or in a door, I should say. There's a door to your left and to your right. The door to the right has. Pardon me 1 second. Oh shoot! Did I screw up? Hold on. I'm sorry. I might have messed up my. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Give me 1 moment. I apologize. Okay, there we go. No, I'm good. I'm good. All right. So the door to your right, which goes over here,
Yeah.
says on it epidemiology, and the door to your left says containment. And then you've got the door right in front of you, which doesn't say anything.
But that's the one he pointed to. Said the reactor's over that way.
Correct.
All right. I'm gonna try and open the door then.
All right. I don't know if you have any save successes left.
I'm looking in my notes. I don't think I
I think you burned them all at the end of the last session getting through doors.
success to get this glass door. Alright. Okay. Heavy machinery.
One success, which is all you need. So you're working on that door and grinding it open, and that empties into this small hallway right here. There's another door right in front of you, another security door. This one has stenciled on it cold storage.
So there's a hallway and just one, and then another door.
Correct.
Storage. Looking for the reactor. Cold storage sounds ominous, but if the reactor's back here someplace, this is the only door I got. So let me try and open that door.
Oh, that's a lot of dice to not get any successes. Would you like to push the roll?
Yes, I will. Betcha.
Why wouldn't you? Okay, a success and a panic. Well, you don't need to roll your panic because you have nerves of steel, right?
Correct.
So you can't get higher than a 5 no matter what. So you're fine. All right, so getting that door open reveals another hallway, which this is. What was on the door is absolutely correct. This hallway is cold. You would guess it's probably somewhere around, 5 degrees Celsius, something along those lines. It's very chilly in this hallway. There are 2 doors on either side of the hallway, and then one at the end.
Lot of doors. Any writing on any of the doors?
Yes, the right side door says storage bay 1. The left side door says storage bay 2. And then the door at the end has nothing on it.
still looking for a maintenance shack. Let me open. I'm gonna try and open the storage bay one door.
Okay. All right. Make your roll for me.
The reason it takes me a little while is to be able to see everything. I gotta close my character sheet to see everything. Then I gotta open it and add it to my drawer.
Oh, I understand. You're on a laptop, so not all of us can. Not all of us have two monitors, one of which is 36 inches. Um, so you have a panic, but again, you can't get higher than a 5, so we're just going to bypass the panic roll. But you do get a success, so just to move you in there so that that lights up. This room is very, very cold, freezing or yeah, it's true, freezing or maybe even below. And there's these partitioned cells on either side. Some of them have like person cryo tubes, person-sized cryo tubes, and some of them have cryo crates. But it's definitely what it seems like, a cryo storage facility. I will say this: there's very slight wisps of white vapor or fog lifting off some of these units.
Um, do they have panels that would indicate functions and power?
Make an observation roll. Wow, two successes. That's impressive. So in terms of, you do have a stunt, so I'll let you think about that for a moment. But in terms of what you see, all of them are mobile units. They are actually set up that they can be disconnected from power and moved around. However, it doesn't look like any of them have their own power supplies. It looks like that they are all reliant on being plugged into the facility for power, and they have none.
So that means all their screens are dead.
Correct. And what you think you're probably seeing is
Yeah.
the very slow beginnings of defrost.
Yeah. Is there a viewport on any one of these guys?
No, they are all completely contained.
All right. Well, then I'm getting out of there and heading towards the door down at the end of the hallway.
All right, very good. Go ahead and make your heavy machinery roll. Can he do it again, ladies and gentlemen? Well, with 37 dice, he probably can. A success and a panic. Man, this having to push your way through all these doors with no power is really kind of getting to you, isn't it? All right. So
Well, it's imperative that I have a success to get the doors open.
it's a true statement. You
Over here.
you find yourself in a hallway with three more doors.
God.
The one to your right has stenciled on it environmental. The one to the left, which those are numbered on the map, right? Yeah. So, oh, you don't see the numbers. That's right. So don't worry about that. But the one to the right is stenciled environmental. The one to the left is stenciled emergency reactor, and then the one in front of you has mother on it.
Let me open the door to the emergency reactor.
All right. Go ahead and make your roll.
Here we go again.
You can do it. Until you can't. A success with a panic. So you get that door open, and inside is the reactor room. Exactly what you would expect. It looks like the reactor is offline, which shouldn't be a surprise considering that the whole area was subjected to EMP. But it's yeah, there. It's exactly like the guy at the end at the security guard said at the very beginning that there are a number of tools here. There's maintenance jack. There's a maintenance jack. Surely there's yeah, that's right. There there's a bolt gun if you need it. Pretty much any tool you might need to do the job is here.
Okay.
So with that being said, I'd like to cut over
Yeah,
to
because I've opened how many doors?
yeah. This is
One turn per door. That took me a while.
that took you a little while. So we're going to cut over and kill some time with the rest of the team here. So we're going to move over to the main floor where we've got Jake and the three PC slash NPCs.
Okay, could you, it's been a while. I
Sure.
think we were sent to this outpost in order to gather info,
Yeah,
pretending to be some other people besides who we really are, right?
correct. And I'm going to drag the other characters just over to that map. Um, and including you, Jim, since you're
Sure.
running the other one of the other players. Um, and well, and I guess I need to drag Dwayne to it too. Hey,
We
look at
got to do
that!
something.
Everybody's there! Yay!
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys were sent with false IDs. You had lanyards as well as you had ID cards as well as what do you call it? PDT chips put in, indicating that you were all Wayland Yutani scientists, engineers, doctors that were set just to tour the facility and learn about what they're doing here. Of course, the bottom levels were off limits to you. When Rose, aka Mamie, sent you here, she was under the belief that remnants of a recently shut down USCMC Wayland Yutani joint project called Life Force that has something to do with the XX121s and the genetic accelerant were here somewhere in this facility. Um, so that's what you're all doing here, and you know, I guess I can. Keeping this in mind, I guess I could turn off dynamic lighting on floors 2 and 3 because you guys access Dyson's terminal, and
Yeah, we should have the maps up.
yeah, you should have the map. So let me do that really quickly. Just turn that off. Oh, as Marty hits the wrong thing. All right. Do you guys all see sublevel one?
I only see the room.
Uh,
Room number 8.
I have a blank screen.
Oh, I got it
Oh,
now.
there it is. Hot dog.
Yep, so
all right, and I gotta turn off the dynamic lighting up here too. All right, so there's sublevel one, and Dwayne's down there in the reactor room. Of course, at this moment he's not. He's making his way down there. We're having to time dilate a little bit, and then there's sublevel two, um, which you know, obviously you don't know what any of these rooms are. But you can certainly read a schematic or a floor layout. Whatever this room is, number 4 here in the middle has a large airlock or security door. Also, all the way down at the end where you see that number 6, there is what appears to be a massive door. So beyond that, obviously you don't have a legend, and then I'm going to pull you back to main level here. All right.
so sub-level 1 has a massive door.
No, sub level 2 is the massive door.
Oh, sub-level 2, and presumably that massive door goes somewhere underground, because it's a sub-level.
Presumably, I think that's safe to assume. You know that this whole facility is kind of built into a glacier. So
Oh, I see, okay. And we're in, I don't see where we're in here.
you're on the main level.
Ah, okay. So we're in this little room in number 8 here.
Correct.
Okay, because the first time I'm seeing all this, I'm not sure where we came from.
Oh,
the
you
pads.
came from the company landing pads. Yep.
Got it. And the only room we've seen so far that Rudy et al. Have seen so far is with is room number 8, right? That's when the power went out.
Well, no.
Yep, on floor.
Yeah, you
Oh,
were.
you were good.
Yeah. So you know that that room 2, 3, 4, and 5 are all specific rooms for the T800 project. One was for the cybernetics. One was for AI software and firmware. One was a surgical center, and then the other was a genetics center where they grow human tissue. 6 was the like the company rec room, foosball, video games, movie theater type thing, and number 7 was the cafeteria.
Okay, and number 8, what we're seeing
Is Dyson's office?
is Dyson's office by the cafeteria. That's convenient. Okay, so are the doors locked leading onto the roof?
No, that door's open. You guys opened it up. Yep. And
Okay,
the elevator right here that goes down the sub levels, that door is also open because Dwayne opened it and he and Dyson went down.
right,
So
and
Dyson went really quick.
yeah, really, really fast.
by
Uh,
by the way, real quick, I can't wait to see what Bob's musical reference is going to be this week. Uh, so all right, go ahead.
so reorienting back to our main objective, that would be to hack into one of the terminals and download any of the data on the project they're working on, right?
Correct.
Okay. All the terminals are dark until the reactor comes back online, right?
Right, except this one, Bob got enough power routed to get it
Oh,
functional.
I see.
But or I should say Jake. But this terminal, interestingly enough, even though it is Dyson's terminal, while it is connected to Mother, it doesn't seem to have access to any information about the lower levels, with the exception of the layouts of the lower levels. But there is no access to any other sort of information whatsoever. Um, and There was one other thing I was thinking, and I lost my thought. It'll come back to me if you guys bring it up, I guess. Go ahead.
All right, so let me. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like I'm broadcasting. So if I remember correctly, because it's been several weeks, Dwayne headed down to try and get the reactor started. Um, Rudy had wanted the group to head back towards the ship, I thought, and
Well,
make sure the ship was secure.
she had asked Mitchell to head back to the ship to see if he could provide Max any assistance, but Mitchell got to the end of the hallway and couldn't get out because they're not being successful getting any of these doors open.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay, so yeah, so the Rudy's last directive was to have everybody go back to the ship with Mitchell going first. So, did we identify somebody who was going to try to grab that information? I'm guessing below this level, that's what we need to go. I need to go down to access the information we need from this complex.
Yeah, if you can't access Mother from here, you're going to have to probably access it directly.
Okay. I'm gonna let's see. Who do I have here? Wayne's on the sub level. We've got Jake. It's the other PC. So, and you're the biologist. So yeah, okay. Jake will probably be. I would ask that everybody but Jake and Rudy try to make their way back to the ship as soon as the doors are able to be open.
All right. So, um, all right. The question, I guess, from the perspective of folks in this room. So, I guess technically I'm not supposed to be role playing the guy, but
It's okay.
what happened to everybody? there were employees and stuff everywhere. Um, what are they all doing?
There's only a few that are actually in the hallway. They
The
they
rest are trapped in the rooms.
Correct, correct.
Okay.
There's one guy right here trying to get this door open, and then there's another guy over here trying to get this door open. Other than that, everybody else is in various rooms.
Trapped.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, so I will ask Jake to accompany me to the elevator, or the elevators aren't working either, are they?
correct. There's a service ladder built into the shaft.
I see, and that's where the other guy died.
Yeah,
Well, you don't know that yet.
I don't know that yet. Okay, so I will approach that ladder assembly without fear of falling.
yeah. All right.
Yeah, so I think that's the deal. So Jake, Bob, you have biologist Jake, and who else is NPC? He's your double decker.
Rudy, I've got the guy.
The
So
medic.
Vickers is the medic. Yeah, let's have
So we got,
yeah.
yeah, we've got Vickers, and you've got Mitchell Roman because he went to the door, couldn't get it open, and came back.
Right.
So you've got Vickers, Mitchell Roman, Rudy, and then
Jake.
Jake.
Right. So Mitchell's and I gotta break these guys down. So,
Well, and without the person's portrait down at the bottom, it's a
right,
little
it's very
harder.
hard. It's very hard. So we've got Mitchell is the
Mitchell Roman is one of the
and they are medics.
no
He's a geneticist, scientist.
geneticist.
Geneticist, and then the medic is
Matthew Vickers.
Vickers. It's the medic. All right. So as Rudy, I would direct uh, Romans and Vickers to make their way back to the landing pad floor. We're going to try to get the reactor online, grab the info, and meet you back there.
Okay. All right. So what I'm gonna have Jake and Rudy do is to make a mobility roll to reach out across, get a hold of the ladder, and go down safely.
Okay, so before I do that, Dr. Romans is going to remind you guys to look at your comtech capabilities. Remember, starting the reactor requires some comtech as well as some mechanical.
That's right. Yeah.
So what's your comtech does?
Yeah, but I don't. I have the zero for Rudy with a three base. So
So what's
say again, Bob.
Jake's got a high contact only, and he's going with, right?
And he's going with correct.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Just
So
want to make sure you're covered.
no, I get you what you're saying. Yeah.
Because Dwayne, Dwayne's comtech is just okay. It's not great. It's only 4 dice.
Okay. Yeah.
So trying to start the reactor by himself, he may or may not.
Right. Right. And okay. Well, I think this is that's what we're going to go with then because Jake can make a contact first and back up from that. So yeah. So we're going. We need to make those mobility rolls, right?
Yep. Both of you make a mobility roll, please, for Jake and Rudy.
And no modifiers.
Correct. Jake makes his. Very good. Whoa! Holy crap, Rudy.
I tap danced down.
Yeah, no doubt. All right. All right. So you guys are moving down the ladder. It's a bit claustrophobic at one point because, as I mentioned last time, the elevator car itself is stuck between levels, and it's so you have to go through this very cramped space with the elevator car almost rubbing up against your back. It's almost 30 feet down to the second level. The door is already open there. You hear voices down below you because the shaft continues downward, but you can't see whoever it is because it's dark down there. And the like I said, the door onto level 2 is open. Um, so let me pull you guys over there real quickly. Where's sub-level 1? And let me kick over to sub-level 1. Let's see here. Who do we have here? We've got Rudy and Jake Sinclair, correct?
Correct.
Very good. All right. So as you guys enter this area, you can see way down the hallway. It looks like Dwayne has just gone through another door. He's way down there, and there is one Wayland Utani guard here, a security personnel here. He's got his assault rifle like in like 8 different pieces, and he just he sighs and just kind of mumbles, I don't know what's wrong with this damn thing. Um, and he pulls a service pistol out as you guys enter the level. He says, "Who are you?"
Uh, whoa, whoa, whoa. I put up my hands. I am, and I'm going to announce whatever the fake name is the person to be. And just say we just arrived a while back. We got some experience with getting these reactors online. We need to get to our other man went to where Wayne just went to control.
Yeah, he lowers the pistol pretty quickly and says yeah, he's down there headed that way.
Alright, so I will move quickly past the guard along with Jake.
All right. Yeah. So as you guys make your way down, you guys get down here. Pretty much about the same time Dwayne gets that door open to the reactor room, and that's when Rudy's communicator chirps. And we'll put you in the shoes of Max Decker for a minute, Jim, because your comms panel on the ship does the same thing at the same time, and you guys hear the voice of the guy that you know is as Blake Jones, uh, and he says, uh, "Infiltration team, respond."
Okay, so that's our guy, right?
Yep, correct.
Yeah, so I'll click the comms on and announce this is these are encrypted, right? Well,
Yes, yeah, it's on a secure channel.
everybody's reading out obviously whatever. So yeah, this is Max Decker of Magellan. I have away personnel numbering. What is that? Five? Five are away.
Yep.
We have five of my team are in the complex. As far as I can tell, we have one group on the main level and possibly one or more on some other levels. We've lost power. I have minimal power to open the exterior doors and do some other tasks for the ship, but I don't have secure communications or the ability to reach out to the team.
He says, yeah, we have problems. And as he says that, you hear weapons fire. Like it almost drowns him out for a moment. Um, uh, he says, we are on approach to the facility. Uh, Away members are they armed?
Good question. I think we are, right?
No,
Pistols or something?
no, because you're visiting scientists. You weren't expected to be armed, so
Pistol or anything.
correct.
Yeah, so negative. No one is armed.
He says, well, they had best arm themselves. Excuse me. They had best arm themselves. Do you have weaponry on board the ship that you can run into them?
I do. um, what resistance are you encountering?
For lack of a better word, we've got some fucked up shit going on out here.
Okay, is that fucked up shit headed our way?
It certainly seems to be. Uh, Hey, are you familiar with 8 and 9 foot tall, somewhat invisible things with advanced weaponry?
Only very briefly.
And are you familiar with flesh-eating mutants?
Oh God. Okay. Um, all right. So I had roger that, and and quickly come up with a plan. We have a vehicle now, right?
You do have a vehicle now. That is a true statement.
That is a true statement. And how far is the landing pad from the entrance? Do you know?
Just a few hundred meters.
Few hundred meters. So that would be far enough to want to take a vehicle from me. Um, how much effort is it? Am I gonna? Could I load up the vehicle and get to that door in a reasonable amount of time, or is it gonna take me like an hour to move it?
No, it wouldn't. It depends on how much stuff you're trying to grab. Uh, so let's look at this for a second. Let's try to get a handle on it from mechanically speaking, because I don't want to weigh it down with mechanics. But at the same time, what's Max Decker's current encumbrance?
It's probably pretty high. This is an unfortunate strong guy. Encumbrance is three.
It's three. Okay. So, and he has a strength of what? Three, I believe. Yeah.
Correct.
So that means his max encumbrance is six. So what it amounts to is that unless you drop something, you could pick up three more weight worth of items. You know, from the standpoint of you just trying to grab some stuff as much as you can carry and run it over to the vehicle type thing.
Right. Um. Oh man. I should have asked you this. I'm still by the com station,
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um. Because the engineer ship, it looked like it deployed the goo, right, or something like that. So there's like this snowstorm out there, and
Yeah,
I saw some kind of ash falling.
yeah, yeah. I think that's a reasonable assumption based on the things you've seen.
Yeah.
Of course, you don't know it's an engineer ship, but that's okay.
No, no, no. Right. And all right. Well, I'll punch the comms and I'll ask the team leader. Are you guys aware of a shower of poisonous material that was fired by a ship you just departed?
I don't know if the team inside was aware of that.
No, no, not the team
Yeah,
inside.
yeah.
The rescue or
Oh,
the
the
team
um,
outside.
they said yeah, we were aware of it. First thing I did was put my guys in hazmat suits, and you're hearing
Right,
all this over weapons fire, small
right,
arms,
right.
assault rifles.
All right,
Yeah,
right. So, what is the doorway? I know I'm getting really granular here, but what does the doorway look like going into the complex? Is it something I can drive up with the loader, or with not the loader, the vehicle?
you could drive right up to it. You couldn't drive inside. At that point, it's just a security airlock.
All right, all right. But it is an airlock. So, does the vehicle have an airlock or no?
Um, I would say it does not, because if you think we got to look at one of those Daihotai tractors in the second movie, and it just has like a big gull wing door that opens up,
All right,
and then one in the back for cargo.
all right. So, all right. So, how long would it take me to move uh, four rifles and five hazmat suits to the vehicle?
Ooh, quite a bit. That would be if you didn't drop anything. That would be nine encumbrance worth of items, not including if you grabbed reloads, which based on your current encumbrance would take you three trips. I mean, admittedly, you're running down into the vehicle depot, you're getting it open, you're running into ship stores, grabbing stuff and running back. It's not that far, but I would say if you wanted to grab all that, you're probably looking at a full turn worth of time.
I see. And I'm going by the time delay. Dwayne is probably not even
Oh no, they're
half.
no, they're everybody's together at this point down in the facility, with the
Okay,
exception of the two
okay.
people trying to leave. Yep.
All right. Well, I'm going to start with the rifles and start moving those into the vehicle, and then I'm going to start grabbing the suits. And full turn is what? Half an hour?
No, it turns 5 to 10 minutes.
Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, that's my plan.
Okay.
Loading up the
Okay. All right. So while Max is doing that, we are going to cut to we are going to cut to the main level really quickly, um, because Vickers and Mitchell are trying to get through these doors. Um, who's got Vickers? Is that you, Bob?
Yep.
All right. So make a heavy machinery roll, and get a point of die help from Andy's character. Would Vickers like to push?
Get food.
A success and a panic. Go ahead and roll Vickers panic. I don't think it's going to matter, but a six. So holding it together. I don't think Vickers has nerves of steel, but it doesn't matter. All right, so with some effort and some grunting, you guys are getting that door open. Or I should say, Vickers and Mitchell are getting that door open. As you're getting it, as you are opening it, you see that there are several Weyland-Yutani security personnel in that area, that are armed with the electrostatic stun pistols. They actually are finishing getting this door, the one leading it to the landing pads, cranked open. So they were working on that. Um, and then while that's going on, we'll just go back down to where the fun's happening on sub level one. All right. So Rudy, Jake, and Dwayne are all here at the mother room. Dwayne, you wanted to grab a maintenance jack?
Well, yeah, the door to the mother room,
Oh, not the mother room. I'm sorry, the reactor.
reactor room, the door to the mother room is still closed.
Correct.
So yes, I'm grabbing a maintenance jack,
Okay.
and I'll do the heavy machinery for the reactor.
Okay. All right. So make that roll plus one for the maintenance check, plus one for the maintenance check.
Just plus one?
I think it's just plus one. Maybe it's plus
I
two.
thought it was plus two.
It may be plus two. Let's see here. Let me just be sure. Let's see here. Let's make sure we're doing it the right way. No, plus one.
Plus, okay.
Yeah. Plus two if you had a maintenance check plus one. Wrong game, sorry. Wow. Okay, you got to panic. And again, it's not going to matter, because no matter what, you're going to hold it together. So yeah, you're able to get that side of it started. You've got two stunts.
Well, one stunt I'm going to use to do it half the time,
Surely. Okay.
and then the other stunt I'm going to. Well, let's see. Um, I don't have my cheat sheet in front of me. I'll have to pull it up. One stunt would be to get a success on something similar, but I don't think I'm going to start a reactor again.
Well, the ship's reactor.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well then, yeah. So I'm gonna bank. I gotta make a note. I'm gonna bank my machinery roll.
That was my GM gimme of the day, by the way.
All right.
Expect no more help from me. All right. So while you're doing that, someone needs to work on the Comtech side of getting the reactor up and running.
Correct.
And that would be Jake, right?
Yep. Well, let me adding two for AvPvE.
Yep. Holy crap.
Nice.
Wow.
All right, Jake, what would you like to do with your three stunts?
Not gonna show off.
Showing off is always the best stunt. Jake is going to do barrel rolls while he works on it. Yep.
That's one for lecture
Okay.
and new and unexpected information. Get that.
New and unexpected information on getting the reactor up and running. Well, that's very interesting. Man.
Find the secret reset button.
Yeah, that's right. New and unexpected information. As you're watching across the display screen, you and Dwayne both did it in half the time, so you guys get this thing up and running in just a few minutes, which is really quite amazing. And the light levels in the room are coming up, and ambient light behind you in the hallway is coming up. You can just hear things starting to kick on. As you're watching the power distribution diagrams, uh, this facility consumes a lot of power, both on sub-level. Obviously there's R&D up on the first level, but there's a lot of power being consumed on sub-level 2 and 3. Uh, Additionally, there's power routed below sub-level 3.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. We didn't notice any other access points going down. We're at sub level one.
You're on sub-level 1, yeah, just the elevator that you guys got
Okay,
off,
not
yeah.
far enough. And there, the mother terminal on this level is where is it?
Right here.
No, the, yeah,
It's five.
the door was at the end of the hallway, but it was to our right as we went in the reactor.
Yeah, yeah, it's number 5. Number 7 was marked as environmental. So apparently this facility has its own environmental system.
Whose turn is it? I didn't mean to step on something.
Oh, no, no, I think it's whoever wants to do what at this point.
Yeah, we just got the reactor up and
Well, excellent. So,
power throughout the facility should be loading onto the buses.
Yep, and we are still 5 minutes from Max being done moving stuff on the ship, and we're 5 minutes from Mitchell and Vickers getting through that door.
alright. So let's get to the mother and download what we need to download.
Okay. So back in the hallway, the mother door is a security door. It's asking for access, either a key card or something.
Oh my. Um, well, guys, we could try and hack this, but it could go badly. Or one of us could go back to Dyson at the bottom of the shaft and see if we can get his card
Yeah, that,
off what's left of it.
Wow, that was grim.
yeah.
Well, I'll explain to those guys what I saw with my flashlight because they didn't see it.
That's true.
Alright, well, let's not split the party again. That's probably the fastest way to get through it. We gotta go all the way down the hallway to the access shaft. So let's run down there.
All right. All right. So you guys go. I'm just gonna run you all the way back up there. The Go ahead.
Oh, well, I was just gonna ask a question. Who's got who's got the best mobility of the bunch of us?
I've got a 7.
All right, you're the best. I have a 4. Because somebody's got to go down the ladder to the body and get the card.
Right. Yeah, the scientist probably doesn't have capability.
Nope.
Yeah.
Right.
Um.
Yeah, so that's me. I mean, I'll start heading down here.
All right. So the elevator door is actually closed,
Oh, of course.
and
Power.
yeah, and the reading indicates that the elevator is actually on its way up from sublevel 3. Okay. Um. What would you guys like to do?
Can you press the call button?
You could.
Okay, let's press the call button.
All right. So the elevator stops at your level and opens up, and inside are 4 Wayland Yutani security guys. They're all armed with just standard conventional 9mm pistols, And when the door opens up, they kind of look at you and say, "We're on our way up. Are you coming up?"
Well, we got the power on, but we were with Dr. Dyson. What happened to Dr. Dyson?
We're not certain at this moment. Everything's still in disarray, and there's some sort of we're getting some word about some sort of attack. So we're on our way up to make sure the top level is secure. You guys find Dyson and bring him up to speed.
Okay.
All right. So they just hit the button, the door closes, and they start going back up again.
Before they go back up,
Yes, please.
we seem to have got a spec with Dr. Dyson, and he was storing it. Do you have access card so we can go have a look for it?
Make a manipulation roll, Bob.
I didn't hear what Bob said.
He asked if they had an access card that they could lend you guys to help you find Dyson.
Wow.
Oh my
What
god.
is that?
Unbelievable.
The dice tell its own story. Without hesitation, the guy just reaches off, pulls his access card off the front of his uniform, and goes, "Here, yeah, go find him. We're going up." And they close the door, and off they go.
Oh, that's awesome. All right, let's book it back down to area 5.
Do, 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 do.
Right, sorry. Oh, that was sweet.
That is an amazing piece of work there, Bob. Um, all right, yeah. So you like you said, you book it all the way back down to the bottom there, and so I guess you swipe the access card. All right, so the door opens, and you certainly see a a top of the line, state of the art mother system. Your guess would be it's probably Weyland Yutani's latest and greatest Mother 9000. Power is up, but it looked like the monitors indicate that she's running in some kind of safe mode.
Yeah, this is gonna take contact probably, right? We find is only 3, so it's
But
gonna
Jake, I thought Jake had
Jake's got
a bunch of.
he's not in staring at the screen yet.
Hi,
But he,
go ahead. Sorry, I couldn't read.
Jake's our contact guy.
Right.
Right, so I'm not sure what you need to do here.
so Jake takes a look at the screen and does his contact stuff to try and get Mother booted up.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
While he's doing that, I'm gonna turn to Rudy and say, Rudy, do you know what the heck is going on?
No, I have no idea. We need to get out of here quick.
Yeah, fortunately, Jake, it looks like it's pretty simple. This being a highly advanced mother system, she's probably got a safety mode put in place in the case that she's ever subjected to any sort of attack. Your bet is the EMP probably switched that over. Simple reset of the system gets you back up to standard mother. She's asking for an access code.
Anybody know his access code?
Code or card?
No, it's asking for well, it does have a card swipe, but it is asking for an access code on the.
Let's see.
Yeah, I think we still need Dyson's card. Well, you can. Well, let me ask Jake. What do you think's gonna happen if you try and hack into her and you're unsuccessful and she
but unless the GM says otherwise, it's a big no.
Yeah.
You know, and this isn't, I mean, story points aren't like waving God's finger, are they?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
They absolutely are.
Well, I am showing one for Rudy here on her sheet. We burn a story point with Rudy to get this thing started.
Boy, you better think about what Sharif thinks about that.
Yeah, I know,
Because
I know,
it's remember that's not the characters.
I know,
That's
I know. Oh, that's true, it is really true.
Send them a text. Hey, can we use your story point?
um, I have. All right, now that you bring that up, I have two story points. The question is this a place to use a story point?
It will be if the information we're looking for is actually on Mother and not on something else a couple levels down. And we don't know that as we do it. Or we go a couple levels down. We don't have a whole lot of time, I think.
And you can't just. This is a game rule question. You can't just blow story points all over the place. I thought story points were once per session.
No, story points are use them and they're gone. You
No,
you
but I
you.
understand that you
Okay.
use them and they're gone, but I didn't think you could use all your story points one right after the other in the same session.
Sure, you can.
Oh, okay.
Should we roll a die?
You you can
We do it.
you can keeping in mind you can always use a story point after the fact.
Yeah. So, Jake, why don't you, Jake, why don't you give it a shot? Use your contact and see if you can hack in Freedom Security.
I will use my SSSC, and I assume one person supports me.
Yep. One success.
Yep.
Wow. That was actually a roll for Mother. I just didn't have a Mother sheet built up, so I just used your Apollo. And yeah, you beat her. Oh my God.
That's nuts.
The amount of information that's available, it's terabytes and terabytes and terabytes and terabytes. There are details from the T800 project upstairs in regards to everything they've done there. There's information just at a, without going into a lot of detail because you're just doing a quick look, there's information about something in epidemiology, which is room 2 on this level, regarding the 26 Draconis stain and certain strain and samples of that. There's information from number 3, which is containment, which talks about different experiments and dissections that have happened there. There's information about who's in cold storage, names that you don't recognize. Uh, looking at further down in, there's a genetics lab on sublevel 2, which has huge amounts of information regarding experiments involving the genetic accelerant A0-3959X.91-15. There's a medical lab there on that level. There is something about the security room in the center of the level. There's information about who's in cold storage on that level, and then there's information, and then there's from what you can tell, the blast door leads to some sort of archaeological site further down. It's just, I mean, there's so much stuff here. It would take 1,000 man hours minimum to go through it all.
But I will try and download anything that looks interesting during the time we have, and then he'll just basically sit there pouring over stuff until somebody peels him away from the criminal.
Okay, Jake, make a I'm gonna let you do one thing. Make a straight wits roll. Ignore any stress. Oh wow. Okay, perfect. Um, you can certainly start downloading. Um, it might be faster just to have Dwayne locate and remove hard drives.
I'll start downloading and tell Dwayne to try and find mother's hard drives and just start ripping those if he's faster than I am.
Okay.
All
So is
right.
there anything that the synthetic would be good for in this case? I'm looking at 3D sheet and not super impressive with widths and output.
No, but she certainly has much faster download speeds than an SSDD.
Oh, she got. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Okay.
How much? How much? Well, yeah. Rudy, how much memory storage do you have? Maybe you could download some of this stuff.
That's a good question. I don't know.
A standard synthetic has something to the tune of 500 terabytes of information available
Oh
that can be
wow.
stored.
So lots and
Oh
lots.
yeah, lots and lots and lots. Absolutely.
And this can happen right from the terminal, or
Yeah, yeah. She can. I mean, the way it's explained in not so much in the core rule book, but in some of the other stuff that's come out, like in Destroyer of Worlds, all these synthetics basically have the equivalent of a super high speed USB port built into their arm that they can just jack into a Mother or an Apollo system.
Stick your finger in the socket.
That's right.
so
Yeah.
what's the jacket?
Um, while downloading, you will be a little
Distracted.
yeah, exactly. You wouldn't be able to take
Yeah.
another action, but that's fine.
So I'll ask, I'll ask Dwayne, Jake, try to get a hold of Magellan and find out how we're going to get back there while I'm doing this.
Yep. Yep.
Well, you've got the communications gear.
It's just a
I
little
never understood.
communicator.
Is it like a is it like a mini radio?
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
All right, well, I can just toss it to Dwayne
All right.
so he can use.
All right. All right.
All
So,
right, and we just got to get out of here.
All right. So order of business. First, I'll use the comm gear to contact Max, and then to find hard drives. Is that observation?
no, I would just make it a straight heavy machinery roll.
Okay. Well,
You've been in places like this before, so
all right. So let me contact Max. Magellan, please come in. Um, Max, you there?
Yeah, so I'll answer and I'll give him an update.
yeah. At this point, Max, you've got everything loaded up in the ship that you had mentioned. What, the five hazmat suits and four?
Yeah, 4 rifles.
Yeah. So you've how many rifles do you guys have in ship stores? I'm just
I think we
curious.
got two different types, 4 or 5 each. It's quite a bit, I think.
Yeah. Well, it's not just ship. It's not just ship
All of them.
stores. Well, the question is, I've got my AR-40s and reloads, but I left them on the ship. Would I have left them in general ship stores, or would they be like in a storage locker in my quarters, or what?
I
Um,
imagine they'd be in general stores.
Yeah, though I don't think we updated I don't think we updated the stores with that information because I think that the Stratsol they're in ship stores is showing six Stratsol hand cannons, um, two Stratsol AR-40s, one with the high beam flashlight, the other with the built-in motion tracker, and one Stratsol SMG plus a Stratsol stun AR, which is the stunning assault rifle. Now, if you because Jake, didn't you have an AR-40 in your inventory?
Yep.
Yeah, so and so did Dwayne. You guys wouldn't have taken those inside, but I'm 99% sure we did not update the ship stores with the fact that you left them behind. So those rifles would be available. So that would give you guys a total of four of the Stratsol AR-40s available.
Yeah, I
Um,
think Rudy had one has one under her sheet too.
oh wow. Okay, so then there would be
So that's like
five.
5.
Yeah.
And we were looking at the, again, going into nitty gritty, range armor piercing, armor piercing, range, gun,
All right.
Okay, yeah, they're all about the same
Well,
size.
anyway, I'm talking to Max on the radio. He gave me an update of what he's doing, that he's loading stuff on there. I'm going to remind him, either way, don't forget my Stratzel AR-40 and some reloads. And I'm going to tell him what we're up to, that we got the reactor started, there's power to the facility, um, and we are currently connected to Mother, and we're downloading data. But what's what's Max? What's your next move once you get everything
Well,
on the vehicle?
what I'm gonna do is get the vehicle ready to leave the ship, but not leave, until I hear word from you, and then I'll make a mad dash to the door. I wanna want an exposure outside of the ship to whatever's going on.
The egress point with M2s. Okay.
Right, and the rescue team is meeting heavy resistance from um, some unidentified either creatures or forces. They're on their way, but there's a firefight going on, so I don't want to be hanging out there
Yeah,
without any.
a voice cuts across you guys on the channel, and it says, I hate to cut you guys off, but this is Blake Jones. We're getting close to the facility. If you're going to go pick up the team or deliver weapons to them, you better do it quickly, because you're about to have company on the other landing pad.
Ah, shit. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Um, I'm coming now.
All right. So
To the door.
Max, Vickers, Vickers and Roman are at the door we came in on. So your best bet might be to just hustle over there and offload the equipment to them. We'll try and get back to that main level and that door as fast as possible.
Okay. Also, be advised that there was some sort of contaminant that was lodged into the atmosphere, if you remember. I'm not sure if that's still active. I'm bringing suits in
Okay,
case
good.
we need to get from the airlock to your vehicle.
All right, good.
And let everybody know who's by the airlock not to open that door completely unsafe.
Okay, so out of game, that raises a question.
Hmm.
Do either of those guys have communications?
Nope.
That's what I thought. So there's no way to tell them not to do that.
Alrighty then.
Okay,
So I'm off. Yeah, I'm
All
gonna
right. Do
let
me a
you know when I get a chance.
do me a favor, Jim. I created a new handout that's called "On the Tractor." If you would do me a favor and just type in what's actually on the tractor.
Uh,
Um,
this seems to be an option for other purposes.
really? Should. Give me 1 second. Edit. Can be edited by. Try now.
There's the button for edit. Got it. Okay. I'm gonna script it.
all right. While you guys were doing that, I made my rolls with the hard drives.
Oh, did you know? All right, give me 1 second. I'm flipping between screens. Okay, one success and a panic, which, again, your panic doesn't
Let's
mean
just see
anything.
whatever you do.
Yeah, go ahead for the fun of it. Copy image. Trying to get something done for you. Five, holding it together. There's a shock. Let's see here. I'm trying to do one thing. Bear with me a second. This is completely unnecessary, and yet for some reason I feel I need to do it. Save image. Oh, it's. I don't feel like dealing with it right now. I'd have to convert the image. Never mind. I was just trying to put an image of the tractor on for the tractor, but the image I've got is a WebP file, and I'd have to convert it to a PNG or JPEG. I'm just not going through the trouble without that right now. Do it later in life. All right. All right. So while he's doing that, um, he Max pilots the He gets the door open and pilots the Daihotai tractor out, and he's making for the Wayland Yutani facility. Um, the the Let me see here. We're on. Let's go. Let's go to GBH 45 main level. So who's over there? Vickers and Jake, right? Or not Jake, but Vickers and Mitchell.
Got
Yeah.
Mitchell on.
Yep. Yep. So the two of you guys, the two of them have made it into just that area. Right about the of course the power comes up. So now this door is operational. Uh, at this point, I don't think any of the Wayland Utani guys are really that concerned about this door. They're probably at this point trying to get all their communications up and running throughout the facility. Making sure that everyone is safe and is unharmed, that type of thing. Um, it doesn't take a Daiho tractor that long to go a few hundred meters, right? It's I don't remember the top speed on it, but I think it's like 76 kilometers an hour or something like that. So a few hundred meters is a pretty quick jaunt for that vehicle. And so Max, I assume you probably all right. So you're pulling up to the door outside. As you know, the door to the facility is not big enough to allow in the tractor. Um, So as you pull up outside, what do you do?
I try to pull up to get the side door of the vehicle as close to the door to the entrance. Um, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if there's any way to know for sure if the outside is contaminated or not.
Not at this moment, no.
Yeah, so I'm gonna as I pull up next to it, I'm gonna get into one of the pressure suits myself and wait by the door to open it so that when I see that door open, I can just open up the vehicle's door.
Okay. Vickers and Mitchell are basically right there on the inside. I would think they would see that the tractor had pulled up and saw you there. What we're going to do is, because these tractors have windows and stuff, we're going to have Vickers and Mitchell make an observation roll. All right. Oh well, look at them go. So as the two of them see the tractor pull up, uh, you can see through the small window and then the windows on the tractor. You can see Max inside as he gets out of the pilot seat or the driver's seat, and he's shrugging into a pressure suit. Um, yeah, Max, make sure you put that on your inventory up your. What are those pressure suits? Are they encumbrance 2? I know they're armor
Yeah,
5.
I'm not sure.
I got it. I got it. I got it. No problem. Yeah, it is encumbrance 2 and gives you an armor rating of 5.
Okay, so I'm able to put that on and I'll still have one encumbrance.
Okay. So, so Roman had an extra success.
Yeah.
So,
I don't know how much your observation stunts help you in this situation.
well, that's the thing. It's incoming from me, but they're moving close by. How do I get in faster away? Um, what I'm really trying to know is, see, it's hard for me to ask the question I really want because that would give specifics that I don't know about.
Well,
and I don't want to metagame.
tell me what you're thinking, and I'll
All right,
come to a conclusion if I think there's a logical way to come up with that.
with my extra success, since I'm looking out through the portal and I can see the tractor, he's shrugging into his suit. I'm trying to see if I see anything floating down other than the snow in the atmosphere.
The answer to that would be no.
Okay.
But I would think that as a scientist, it wouldn't be a leap, and for that matter, Vickers as a medic, I don't think it would be a leap, too big of a leap for them to decide that there's an obvious reason
Oh,
that
okay, yeah.
Max is putting a suit on. So
I had already jumped to that conclusion. Yes, that he's putting this. That the fact that I saw him putting a suit on means there's an issue. So, um, how many security guys were in here?
there were four. Two of them ran out back further into the facility to start checking on everybody. The other two are there working on trying to get the intercom up and running.
All right, so I'm going to explain to these two security guys. Victor's standing there too, and he understands the issue. I'm going to I'm going to have the doc explain to these two guys that that's our guy in that tractor out there who's going to come. I think he's going to come into the facility, but he's putting on a suit to protect himself. There's something going on out there. I don't think we want to be in this airlock when he comes in. I think we want to be on the other side of that airlock door when he enters.
Make a manipulation roll.
Yeah, that's going to be bad. Well, you know, too bad for them. Let's see, Mitchell room and manipulation. Huh, might not be terrible. Oh, look at that. He has a lot of dice.
And they had a success. So do you want to push the roll?
Well, I'm just trying to save their asses, but why not? Because I'm getting the heck out of Dodge.
Okay, another success. So they kind of look at you. They look at each other, and and they say, "All right, let's just pile into these rooms. They're into the side security rooms, which would be there and there, on that side and on this side, and we can seal these doors, and he can come in through there."
Okay, I think that's a plan. All right.
All right, so they seal the doors and then they open the external door. Max, you get the suit on and you see the external door opens up.
Got it. Am I able to carry any of the other suits with me, or?
I mean, you obviously if you have one encumbrance left, you really can only carry one thing. But if it's kind of a you know if it's kind of a grabbing and flinging it inside type thing, that might be a little bit that I would say that's a lot more doable if that makes
Okay,
sense.
so yeah, I just want to get the suits into that door, and then if I have time, grab at least one rifle and get into the airlock.
All right. You guys are.
Also secure the door for the ship so nothing goes inside for us, I think.
Oh, I figured that was a
Yep.
foregone conclusion for me. As so, you guys are Vickers and Mitchell are standing there uh, as suits start getting flung through the open door, one after the other. Um, you've gotten the suits through, and you get, pardon me, and which you said you were going to fling in the suits in at least one of the rifles.
Correct.
Okay, all right. You get one of the AR-40s tossed in, and you turn to grab another one. Make an observation roll. This is with Max. Yep.
Yes, observation.
Wow. Make your panic roll. Do you have nerves of steel?
I do.
Okay, very good.
I can click that actually. Um,
Holding it together. So, like I said, I'm viewing this and seeing Max is he's just grabbing a hold of a suit and tossing it in, grabbing a hold of the suit, tossing it in, grabs one of the rifles, tosses it in, turns to grab probably another rifle or two, and there is a mad rush of air and a loud roaring whine. Um, Not too dissimilar of that of a ship engine, and you see this huge plume of dust, air, and smoke, just or not smoke but snow, blow off landing pad number two, which is the one right next to where your ship is.
right. Okay.
But there's nothing there,
Yeah, wonderful.
and as you watch for a moment in puzzlement, and this is probably what is causing your nerves to ratchet up, is you're just looking at this landing pad. There's nothing there. The snowstorm continues, and then it's almost as if the fabric of reality itself tears open, and this square doorway of dark reddish orange light just appears out of nowhere. And it's as if you're looking through reality into something completely different. You don't know any other way to explain it. It's several hundred meters off, so it's hard to tell details. And you get a sense of some motion for a few seconds, and then the doorway seals itself up, and you're just looking at the landing pad and snow falling again.
Oh God. Okay.
And I think that's a good stop to take a place to take a break.
Okay. Yes, I think it is.
So we'll see you guys back in a few minutes. All right.
Bob's
Bob's muted.
Yep, I'm here. I'm here.
awesome.
All right. So, and Max, I should add that that was probably worth a point of stress because it's even though you have a faint idea what it probably is, the simple fact of the matter is that I would say that's a call for feeling a little bit of stress.
I agree.
So um, we're going to put you in the driver's seat as the first to do something. What would you like to do?
So I've thrown all the stuff into the airlock. I've noticed
Yeah, yeah, you got all the suits thrown in. Yep, and one of the AR-40s, and that's when you saw the event. So
right. So I'm gonna dash in to the airlock and try to figure out how to close it. This should be a decon airlock maybe?
yeah, we can call it that just to move it along. Fair enough. All right, so you move into the airlock. You see two Wayland Utani security guys in the security rooms, as well as Vickers and Roman, Mitchell Roman. And once you come in, they close the door behind you, and one of the security guys comes over. Sir, what's with the suits?
There might be a contaminant outside. Plus, you got a bigger problem with something I just saw on 9010 too. I don't know what it is, but there's something weird out here, and we've seen it before. And I think we're gonna need to take care of that. And point to wherever the landing pad two is.
Yeah, it's just back the way. They kind of look at each other in a confused way, and the other one speaks through the intercom. What does that mean exactly?
I don't know. You guys guys are from here. You tell me what it means. I want to get my people out.
They do we need to call additional security? Is it we're not quite following you.
Based on what I've seen before, yeah, call additional security. I gotta go. I'm gonna try to get to my two guys. Nothing is happening.
Yeah. I mean, they're right there, so that's fine. Um, Here, we'll just put you on the map. Um, so so what do Vickers and Dr. Roman do?
Vickers will grab the SMG-20,
Okay.
if there is one,
Yeah, sure. I'll give you that.
And I reminded of you need to suit up to get to the vehicle.
and then yeah, just follow orders.
All right. All right. And then who's got Roman? Who's got Mitchell Roman?
I think that's
Sorry, I was on mute. That's
Oh,
me.
okay. Yeah. So
So he's gonna don one of the suits. Now, let me look at his character sheet real fast because I'm not used to playing him. Um,
yeah, that suit. Make sure you have spots. You have two encumbrance available because that suit takes up two.
let's see. Yeah, I'm looking at his encumbrance now, but yeah, see, his encumbrance includes a Mark 35, which he didn't wear, so the suit trades for that, so he's good.
Yeah. Okay.
And then, um, so he'll put the suit on. Were there any other weapons thrown in, or just the one?
There's an AR, a Stratsoul AR-40.
That's not his weapon of choice, according to his sheet, but he's going to pick it up because, frankly,
It's what he. It's what he has.
So, if we both don our suits and grab the two weapons, then we've got all the stuff that he threw in.
Yeah, and there's suits. Obviously there's three more suits sitting there. For the rest of the team, but they're not here yet, so that's fine. Um, and I'm just there. You go. I've added that Strat Soul to his character sheet.
So, Max, what's going on? Have you been in contact with the rest of the group? They
Yeah,
obviously got the reactor started.
yep, they got the reactor started. They're downloading data right now. Outside the door, there's a firefight going on with the rescue team, and some unknown force. There's also some kind of contaminant I saw coming out of an alien ship above the compound. That's why I brought these suits. We need to make sure that we hold on to these suits for the other members. And
Are they on
let's
their
get
way
them up
back
here.
here?
That's a good question. I'll fire up the communicator and let them know I'm in airlock. Where are you guys?
Um,
I
Ru-
guess I'll answer myself with so we're downloading.
Well,
How
Rudy
bad is
doesn't
it?
have the comm. Decker's
No, that's right. Decker's the where they
I mean, Dwayne.
Dwayne.
Dwayne has the comms ready. So I informed, where are you guys? How far are you? We need to get out of here.
You three up top. So Vickers, Max, and Mitchell make mobility rolls for me. Ooh, Vickers panicked. Max has a success with a panic. Roll your panic.
I don't know the sheets. When you click Nerves of Steel, you do that before you roll. How do you?
Yeah. Just click Nerves of Steel, then make the panic roll, and it'll auto deduct. Roman makes his success. Okay. All right. Holding it together, there is the sound of an explosion right outside the airlock door, and there's a huge impact as your diode tractor actually bangs up against the airlock door. Um, Vickers gets knocked down by the impact. Looking out the airlock door, it looks like your tractor has been hit by some kind of weapon or exploded in some way that physically moved it up against the door. Um, and the Blake Jones's voice comes over the communicator, and he says he says infiltration team, we have made it inside. In fact, I'm gonna pull a I'm gonna pull a. You guys see that icon on the other side of the map, right?
Yeah, right. So
All right.
on the column side.
Yeah, we've got our team has made it inside. We've lost one getting in. What's your status? Where are you?
We're on the landing pad.
No, we're not.
No, we're at the landing pad side of the complex in the airlock. We just heard an explosion. Looks like this exit is blocked. I've got four, no, three personnel on sublevel one. What was that?
One. Yep.
Sublevel one. We're trying to get them up here. Not sure if we can exit through this airlock or we have to go by you.
Hey, he says we can't go out this way.
So,
There's freaks all over out here. We cannot get out this way. We have to find another way out.
okay. And so there's a window obviously I can see the tractor partially destroyed and pressed up against the airlock.
Yes, and
Does the tractor look like it's destroyed, or
it,
just
yeah, it's on fire. Part of it is messed up, and then the wreckage starts to shift.
Okay. I don't want to see
I'd
what.
say let's get out of here.
Yeah, let's move
Let's
down
grab.
to. Yeah, let's go down to join the rest of the
All right,
party.
I've got enough encumbrance that I can grab one of these suits.
Okay,
Grab probably one.
it's a two-weight item.
Yeah, it's a two-weight item. What about Vickers? What's his sheet look like? Who's running Vickers? Jake? Bob?
I think so.
Yep.
Check his sheet. Does he have enough encumbrance available for two to drag, or at least to drag this suit?
Strength 4, encumbrance 4.25.
So he could pick up one pressure suit, and then he's actually 0.25 short of picking up another one.
Is there anything that I can?
How many suits do we have to grab?
3.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
so if the doc grabs one, and Vickers grabs one, and Max grabs one, we've got the three.
Does Max have enough? Does Max have enough encumbrance to do it?
that's a good question. I'm all lost on what my encumbrance should be.
All right. Well, let's look at it real quick.
Yeah, so I have this is three.
Half, 1.5, 2, 2.5, 3.5. You're at 5.5.
Yeah, and that is two, so I need 1.5 more. I'm not sure what I can drop.
What's your strength?
Strength is only three.
Could we assist each other and just drag the suit?
You can. Basically, it's going to turn movement into a slow action. So if we get into combat, like for instance, if you move, you wouldn't be able to do much else that turn.
Yeah, we just need to have those suits with us, so I mean,
Oh,
have to do it.
I'm sorry. This will be the second GM gimme of the day. Rudy's an android.
She is.
From a contaminant standpoint, she doesn't really need a suit.
I was thinking about that 5 minutes ago and I forgot. You're right. So yeah, we could just bring the 2 suits. We have one for that. Shift equipment to bring the 2 suits. Maybe I carry 2 rifles.
Or maybe one of the infiltration team guys would like a suit. So
Well, they're already in suits.
Yeah, they have. They're. You can. You can. I mean, as you guys are. Someone at some points opened up this door, and you see them coming in. They are wearing hazmat suits, sealed system hazmat suits.
I forgot. It's just that you got to go back out. We got to go back outside eventually.
Yeah.
For sure.
All right. So yeah, the yeah that wreckage is shifting. So it looks like it's being physically dragged away from the door.
Alright, so let's grab the two suits and make it to the elevator. Done.
Yeah, let me do a quick count here on my encumbrance. So I've got two for that suit, two app items, two core items. Oh, I picked up the weapon. That's one.
As you guys are heading down that hallway, I you recognize, even though they're wearing hazmat suits and you've never seen these guys before, you recognize the strategic solutions weaponry that they carry, obviously, because it's the same weapons that you guys have, supplied by Rose. And as you're coming down the hall, he's the guy in the lead is kind of, he's holding his hand up and he's waving you towards him. I He says, "I we can't go out that way. I lost a man getting in here. We got to find another way out. What's we can't go out that way. We can't go out the way you came from."
Nope. There's some shit coming down pretty soon through that door.
Now, Max doesn't know any of the plans of the place, so he can't say anything about that giant door.
N- no, in fact, only the people on sub level one know about that.
Alright, well, we can't go up, we can't go left and right. We can only go down.
Um, I thought that I thought that all right, so you're right. When we were in room 8, when Doc and Vickers were with the rest of the group in room 8, all they know is that there's extra levels there.
Right.
All right. So all we can tell them is our guys are down at least one level in the reactor room, and we can't go that way. We can't go this way. So I don't know any other way to go but down and meet up with those guys.
There is a rending of metal coming from down this way. Um,
I'm gonna push the button on the elevator.
yeah. The guy who identified himself as Blake Jones, he kind of throws himself up against the wall and he's pointing his assault rifle down that way. He motions for two guys to move forward and take up firing positions. And as that rending of metal sound happens, you see, the other doors that are in the area are opening up, and Wayland Utani employees are coming out, and they're all looking at you. What was that? What's going on? Um, uh, just as you hear a scream and blood just splatters the window of that door right there. Um, and then that door starts to open. The elevator door opens up. Uh, Blake points at it and goes, come on, let's go, go, go." And
Let's go for the elevator.
so you guys dive in. The elevator is not very big, and as you guys dive in, Blake comes in behind you, telling his team, uh, "Come down right behind us." And as the door closes, you start to hear screams from down the hallway, and his men are opening fire. So I am going to move everyone down to sub level 2 at this point, or sub level 1, excuse me, because that's where the other group is, correct? Yep, everyone's on sub level 1. Um, all right, so yeah, so you guys come out on. At this point, I would say that Rudy has downloaded information. She thinks she has everything. Um, the hardware that Jake is using to download is still pulling data, but at this point, also Dwayne has certainly found all the backup data hard drives and has yanked those. So Dwayne, add hard drives onto your character sheet, one weight. Um, Blake's voice comes over the communicator and says, "Infiltration team, we're coming down to sublevel 1 now. We cannot escape upstairs. Maybe there's an exit on the bottom level."
Rudy pipes up and says there's a sub-level 3 and we saw two giant double doors, I guess, leading out to somewhere subterranean. That's the only exit that I've seen on the schematics.
Wait, what do you mean we can't go out that way? There's a whole main level there with various doors. What's going on up there?
Well, we've got black goo freaks attacking one side of the facility. We had to fight through them to get here, and then I'm pretty sure we've got a Yautja hunting team coming in the other side.
You're not being paid enough for this.
He says, "Come on, people, let's move like we have a purpose."
Yeah, so Rudy says just to be, she pulls her USB cord out, whatever that looks like. We need to get moving. Head to the elevator, and he starts filing the hall.
Hey, when we first came in here, you said there was a bolt gun with bullets.
Yep, in there.
I'm gonna grab it.
Okay. All right. So the bolt gun is what, a 1 weight item, 0 bonus, 3 armor piercing, 3 damage armor piercing. I'm gonna roll 2d6, and whichever number is higher is how many bolts you pick up. 4. So which 4 bolts take up 1 weight as well.
Yep,
All right.
I'm counting. Let's see. Maintenance check is 2 bolts is 3. Flashlight is what? A quarter?
Yeah, it's a quarter slot.
Hard drives are 1. That's 4 and a quarter.
Oh, you've got plenty because you've got what, a 5 strength?
Yes.
Yeah, so you can carry 10. All right.
Yeah, because most of my stuff was on the ship.
Yeah, that's right. All right, so you guys book it all the way to the other end, I'm assuming. Um, as you're getting there, Blake is on his communicator, and he says, "We have to continue down. Take the elevator. Don't have time to send the elevator back up." And then you hear another voice over the channel go, "Man down." You hear weapons fire. There's screaming. It's pure bedlam upstairs, or up there on the top level.
Blake was quite the leader for one of his nights up there.
Well,
He's down here with us.
well, you guys are the priority.
I suppose so. So let's, yeah, so all that's happening, we're waiting for the elevator.
So what? No, the elevator was on the level with us.
Yeah.
Oh,
So now it's just, I guess, you guys climbing in and going down.
yes.
You guys, based on the data you got from Mother, level 2, is that where we should go? That's the only place the elevator does go?
That's correct. Unless you want to go back up.
No, we don't want to go up. All right.
All right, I'm just going to pull one character over, and then we'll just move as one, and we'll separate as necessary. So as this door opens up, as the elevator door opens up, and Blake points his weapon through and clears the room before he steps out, and you guys all file out. He once everyone comes out, he reaches inside and hits the button to send the elevator back up. But you are in what is just another security checkpoint. You've seen them before, obviously, but there is nobody here. There's several Weyland-Yutani assault rifles on just laying haphazardly on the floor like they've been discarded. But there is absolutely no one here, and then there's a hallway that leads down to an intersection.
All right, so, first of all, I'm going to grab one of the suits that the guys are carrying with them.
Oh, okay, perfect. Yep.
I'm going to take a moment to get in
That's fine. That's fine. So
It's easier to wear it than to carry it, I think.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So that'd be two weight and give you five armor.
Correct.
If Jake sees that, he'll pull up.
Okay, very good.
And then these assault rifle that are just there, are these are is the ammunition armor piercing?
Um, make an observation roll. Okay. So it you believe it is a Wayland Yutani NSG assault rifle. It's a next generation pulse rifle with underbarrel short range incinerator unit. It is an armor piercing weapon, but they both look non functional.
Okay. Um, so I guess the all right. So let me turn to the doc. He's carrying the AR-40, and I'm just gonna say to him, I think not to put too fine a point on it, but I think I should be using that weapon.
Which which doc? Roman?
Roman.
Oh, okay.
Decker's not. He's a medic. He's not really a doctor. Well,
Oh,
okay.
Vickers. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Vickers.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. I mean, are you're in
Yeah.
control of that character. So yeah, just move it over. That's no problem.
All right, uh, and I'll just hand him the bolt gun and the bolts and some bolts, just trade.
All right, that's fine.
In a pinch, you can use this, but hopefully the rest of us will take care of it. All right. So that took a bit, but are we ready to go?
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. The elevator's on its way back down.
so which way should we go, you guys? Remember, Dwayne hasn't seen, doesn't know anything about this level,
I don't
but
think we
but
have.
Rudy should.
Well, you have some knowledge about it. You haven't had a chance to go through everything, but you know that there is a genetics lab here, as well as a medical lab. Um, the you know they were doing some sort of work on the genetic accelerant in the genetics lab. Um, uh, there's a medical lab here. You know that there is a security room closer to the center, another set of cold storage, and then the room at the end, um, which has the ultra big door.
Yeah, as far as we know, this is the only other exit besides the two up top. If this is even an exit, not a dead end.
The point I was trying to make is that Dwayne doesn't know any of this. You guys do, but he doesn't.
Yeah, Blake is slowly reconnoitering his way, down the hallway.
All right, I'm following Blake.
Yeah, we're going down to that. If we go straight south, as the map reads,
Yep.
we'll approach the giant doors that we're going in.
Yeah. So you've got a door to your left and a door to your right, and then the door in front of you. The ones to the left and the right, the number two, the door that leads to number two goes to genetics. The door to on the other side to number three is labeled as medical, and then there's the door right in front of you that has no label. Doesn't require any security access. These doors just open if you press the button, basically.
Um,
Where's Blake going?
Um, well, he looks at you guys and says, "This large set of doors. Do you know where it is?"
And I tell him it's directly on the same path as we're going through several sets of interior doors in a room.
He motions with his assault rifle at the genetics door and says, "Did you guys get the data from their mother.
We downloaded all the data that was available from the terminal on sublevel 1. That's right. Sublevel 1. That's what I call it.
He says, what about physical samples?
Well, the doctor, the Roman himself is extremely, he's very interested in going in there, at least take a quick look, to take a quick look before we exit. So he wants to step in the genetics lab and look around, see what they're doing.
Okay.
Jake fully agrees with that.
All right. All right. So those doors just open up. Right inside the vestibule, yeah, are hazmat suits, but you guys are wearing suits, so it's not really an issue. As you step in, the elevator door opens, and an SSI security guy is coming out. He meets up with Blake, and he's reporting it's bad up there. There's at least three Yautja. They're just tearing their way through Wayland Utani guys. He says John, Paul, and Ringo, man, they didn't make it. It's just me. His name's Brian, by the way. Uh,
Oh, that Brian.
um, so yeah, in terms of the genetics lab, who wants to make an observation roll?
Well, let's see who's got good observation.
I think it's the two docs.
Oh,
So
I know, but so the Jake is the
all right, they can both roll. I don't have a problem with that.
yeah, Romy's a 7. Does he have any? What does inquisitive do?
Inquisitive, I think, lets him re-roll a wits based roll twice. He can push wits based roll twice instead of once.
Inquisitive, you may push wits rolls twice, and add stress each time. Analysis.
Yeah, analysis lets you ask a series of questions.
All right, so let's get on with the observation first.
All right.
There's no modifiers.
No. All right. So that's fine. All right. So you're this. Obviously. Pardon me. Dr. Mitchell Roman recognizes, and so does Jake as a biologist, but you guys recognize a top-notch, state-of-the-art genetics lab. Uh, without a second glance, there are a couple terminals here, uh, a number of like glove box rooms, containment rooms, that type of thing. There are several to one side, kind of on an exam table, are two. Well, there's four of these things actually. They look like they're made of stone, and they're half spheres, hollowed out in the middle, and also in a in one of the containment rooms is something that I can only describe as kind of looks like uh, an urn that might have somebody's ashes in it. Hold on, I'm trying to show it to you, but it's not. There we go. Seems to be made of some sort of metal and has markings not dissimilar to maybe ancient hieroglyphics or that type, or cuneiform all over it. Everybody sees that, I assume.
Yeah, so in Rudy's vast storage capability, is it just storage, or can she actually reference any of the data that's
I would say that at this point it's just storage. You would have to actually start to go through it all, which would take time,
yeah, okay,
We don't have one.
especially because you don't know exactly what you're looking for.
right, no Google image search button.
That's right.
Okay, all right.
You said those things were
The urn is in containment. The four half spheres made of stone that appear to be made of a gray stone are which each one is about the size of a softball, or a grapefruit, something that size. They are not in containment. They're just on an exam table next to an electron microscope and some other equipment.
Grab a bag, grab the spheres, and see if there's anything else
Is,
data.
is yeah, is the electron microscope is it on?
Yeah.
So um, now I'm going to cheat because out of world I've actually operated. Is this is the view screen on?
Yes.
And do I see anything? Is there a sample in on the microscope
There is a sample on the microscope.
or in it actually?
Yes, yes, in it is a better answer, correct. And Dr. Roman definitely recognizes it. Uh, it is extremely similar, not identical, but extremely similar in structure to the samples of black goo that you guys have collected earlier in other in previous missions. It's not identical. Um, he can he can roll make an analysis roll.
Right? How does that work?
Just roll observation.
Roll observation.
And then I'll tell you a piece of information, and then based on the questions on the analysis talent, you can ask additional questions for each success.
So observation.
One success and a panic. Roll is panic. Okay. Um, the sample at this point is too small to do anything with, but the best explanation is that it looks like a sample of the genetic accelerant prior to a state of being programmed for a specific purpose. And this is so exciting to him. So maybe the panic roll is not so much panic as it is a surge of adrenaline and excitement. It is the applications of this. If one can get large enough samples to actually experiment with and work with, the applications, the abilities to the abilities to solve or to cure and treat a number of illnesses, including genetic ones, including perhaps his own. It's just off the chart. But you would need a larger sample because this is virtually useless in terms of actually doing anything with it.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I understand. The sample size for electron microscope is relatively small. Um, okay. I look around the rest of the lab. Does there appear to be like does there appear to be any more of this substance anywhere in any containers inside the containment anywhere else?
No. Bob, did you ask something? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Any way for us to grab the urn? We'll grab the hot spheres. Can we take the urn with us?
You could take the urn with you. Obviously, you have to get into the containment, which isn't that big of a deal. The urn would be a two-weight item if someone wants to carry it. It's pretty big. It's about 2.5 feet tall.
And we're all suited up, right?
Yep. Everyone but Rudy.
Do you think this? Do you think that urn contains some of this accelerant?
I don't know, but it's a strange artifact, so it's data, it's information, it's money. secrets untold. Take it.
All right. Well,
Blake pops in. Blake Jones pops into the room and says, "The elevator is going back up."
all right. Time to go. Uh, so,
What was that, Max?
No, I was going to ask if there's any kind of case or bag or anything to put the urn in that might contain it.
No, doesn't look like it. There's a small rolling cart right next to that containment room. It looks like they just wheeled it in on that. Your guess would be whoever handled it was probably wearing hazmat suits.
Right.
but it's an encumbrance too. According to the game rules, you just add it to your encumbrance. It doesn't really stop you from wielding a weapon.
No, no.
All right. So,
You just put it in your ever expanding pocket.
correct. Wayne's got tons of room left. He doesn't like the idea of carrying it, but he will. So he can add it to his list, and that his encumbrance is still way below his max.
Yeah, I was just thinking more in terms of containment.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah, okay. Once we get it out of the chip, if we make it that far, we're not traipsing around the hallways with spewing whatever it spews.
All right.
Wayne is now holding.
Okay. All right. Wayne. Blake steps back out in the hallway. Come on, people. Let's go. And opening the next door just reveals a small hallway with a door at the end. Um, I, Blake just moves up to the door, presses the button, opens it up, points his rifle inside, doesn't see anybody, and starts to go in. Um, and then kind of comes to a stop. This room is divided in half, and obviously you see the door on the far side, but this line going through the room is a partition. Um, Heavy duty plastisteel and armored glass. Inside that room, which is not very big, it's only like 4 meters by 8 or something. The partition side of it. And inside of it is a man wearing a Weyland-Yutani jumpsuit. He's actually, the reason Blake wouldn't have seen him at first is he's actually sitting in a chair up against this wall. He's just sitting down reading a book. Um, the the book is Island of Dr. Moreau. And
What does he look like again?
he's wearing a blue Weyland-Yutani jumpsuit. He has blonde hair. And he looks like this. And, and as you enter this room, he lowers the book very slightly, and he just turns his head towards you in a very calm fashion. And he speaks to you. He has a British accent. He simply nods and says, "Doctors, is there a problem above?" And then he kind of cocks his head to his side for a moment. He goes, "I haven't met you before. Are you near? Are you new? Wait, perhaps you don't belong here at all." And then he looks right at Rudy and he just nods and says, "Sister."
Yeah, that's great. She'll respond back, brother.
He says, "I am of the opinion that something very wrong is going on upstairs. If you release me, I'm sure I could be of assistance."
What are you doing behind this glass?
Weyland-Yutani has their own plans for me, which, unfortunately, while I have no desire to be a part of them, here I am.
I was thinking, what are we doing here?
Blake's moving to the far side, and he's like, "We don't have time for this. If he's here for a reason."
I
right.
to
Yeah, I hesitate a little bit because I think there's something to learn from him, but I look back at the group leaving the door and I go ahead and follow him.
He uh he says, "Well, that's disappointing," and he just goes back to his book.
Interesting.
Um,
Too many Pandora boxes.
I okay. Look, I will freely admit that this campaign may be some degree of fan service. Okay.
Oh,
Um,
I'm not criticizing, I'm just like, Jesus Christ.
Opening the next door reveals just a small room with a door on the side of it. That door's got cold storage labeled on it, and Blake looks back at you and he goes, "Well, I haven't seen any other direction to go. Are we sure we're headed the right way?"
Yeah, we're headed to enlarge subterranean doors. I don't know if that's the right way, but it's away from whatever's upstairs.
So, yeah, as you move into cold storage, it's just like the cold storage was up above. There's two doors. One says Bay One, one says Bay Two, and and then there's a door at the end of the room. From what you remember seeing on the maps, you're pretty sure that the large doors are on the other side. So, and have to note, you guys have seen nobody else down here. Just pointing that out. Not that necessarily matters, but
what do you this is Dwayne talking. It's weird playing two characters. What do you think is in this cold storage? What do they have to store?
Test subjects.
Test subject? Did you say test subject? That sounds ominous.
Well, if they've got one android here that they seem, or maybe they've got more frozen up. I don't know.
Well, why would you have to freeze an android?
Or do you want to take the time to try and figure out?
No, I'm all for getting the heck out of here. Something might eventually come down that elevator shaft.
Well, if this is really a scientific research facility, whatever data they have about what's in those cryo tubes is in my head now.
All right, let's go.
yeah, and in Dwayne's pack. Um, yeah, Blake is getting a little twitchy while you guys talk and as you guys move through. So you enter that final room, and it's very narrow, or not very deep. When the door opens, you see two uh, uh, Wayland Utani security personnel actually in the room. And as soon as you open the door, they point their weapons up at you, and says, uh, "Who are you? Present access."
Well, in Rudy is going to. I don't know how to role play this, but I'll just say that Rudy's got a nice manipulation chance here, and I'm going to try to explain that we are the visiting scientists from up above. There's all kinds of damage happening on the upper floors. We're just trying to save ourselves. Can you help us? I think somebody unfriendly is going to be coming out of that elevator very soon.
All right, make a manipulation roll.
Big money, no whammies.
Two successes. Look at that. Um, One of them kind of nods. He goes, "We can't raise anybody up on the upper level. There were something about an attack. We don't know what's going on. Uh, you said there's someone coming down that elevator, unfriendly. Someone unfriendly coming down that elevator. What does that mean?"
I don't know exactly, but I don't think it's human.
one of them, the other guy just kind of looks at the guy who was speaking. He's like, "Holy!" Got this wide-eyed, "Holy shit!" type look. Um, the first guy says, I honestly don't know what's past these doors. No one's allowed in except for Mr. Dyson and a couple of the scientists. If there's a way out, check it out. We'll hold position here." And they kind of come up to the doorway and they train their weapons down on the door on the opposite side of cold storage.
Okay, great. So I'm guessing we circumvented or interested us.
Yeah, you had two successes on manipulation, so they're yeah, they're good.
Good. What do the big doors look like?
It is a giant 30-meter wide blast door with a metal frame that's been set into indigenous stone, like rock, a cavern type thing. It has a key card access as well as a control panel.
See, you never pull the card off Dyson's corpse.
He's down here though, isn't he?
He's at the bottom of the elevator shaft. Yeah,
Yeah, but
I know, but I don't know anything about it. There's no windows though, right? It's just solid.
it's solid metal. It is a blast door. You're fairly certain that it could take multiple heavy duty explosions.
all right, Jake had a card from the security guy. It probably won't work, but you could try it.
Let's go for it.
Yeah,
It's like, good.
yeah. It just goes.
All right, well, who's, first of all, who's the contact user? Second, Rudy, I know there's a lot of data in your head, but maybe you can look around in there in that darkened space and see if there's some code in there somewhere. Who's our best contact, guys? Let me look at
Jake and Roman.
Yeah, let me look at Roman, how many dice he's got. Roman's contact dice are 7.
I think Jake's 8.
Jake's 8. Okay, and then he gets 1 if Roman helps him, right?
Correct. And then he gets a -2 because it is a highly encrypted security door.
That's
Alright,
what was HDE?
Yep. So
Federal 9.
you got it.
what do you think, Jake? Go for it, man.
Yep. I start hacking the door while
Good luck, we're all counting on you.
we hope our resident android has
Yeah.
something appreciate.
A success.
Hot dog.
You know, as you're working, Blake is kind of looking over his shoulder at you, and he's, whatever you're going to do, you better do it fast. Um, so this huge door, this gigantic door, just starts to tilt back and open up and lift, slowly. And as you look beyond, it's a natural cavern, and it's dark.
Well, I have a flashlight.
You do have a flashlight, so
Flashlights and motion trackers.
y- yeah, yep. Let me make sure my dynamic lighting is on, because no matter how good you are, you don't have this. So, give me 1 second here. Get this going, and I'm going to pull over. I got to pull over each of your icons just because if I don't, you won't be able to see anything. So give me just 1 second here to get this straight. We got Jake Sinclair, we got Max Decker, and we got Dwayne Dunning. You guys probably still don't see anything, correct?
Correct.
Very good. That's exactly what we want. Dwayne, you have vision? You see a cave? All right, very good. last but not least, very good. All right, so you should all see a cavern on the map, and there's a and in front of you it ends in a like a gray semicircle right there. Okay. All right, very good. I just wanted to make. I'm still a little nervous about if I'm doing this whole dynamic lighting thing properly. I'm always afraid I'm going to show you something by accident. So this this cave is roughly 3 meters by 5, and it appears to be man-made or at least smoothed, hewn straight from solid rock. On either side of the cave tunnel are a pair of large stone heads with blank eyes and they seem to have disapproving expressions on their faces. I'm going to show you an image. If I can find it. Oh my gosh, I don't have this image. Oh, there it is. I do have this image. I'm sorry. Yeah, they're not quite that large. Unfortunately, this is the best picture I could find. They kind of go floor to ceiling of the cavern, so they're about 8 or 9, 10 feet tall, depending on where. Correct. Yeah, there's two on each side, and the cavern ends directly in front of you. There is a gray stone. You would like to say boulder, but boulder implies it's irregular. This appears to be a carved sphere that the passageway ends at.
This is not good.
No, it's not.
We gotta have some kind of a secret door here somewhere.
What does the entrance look like? Is there a keypad on this side of the glass doors, or
There is a control panel to operate the door from this side. Yes.
okay? And in the game rules, when you circumvent some kind of security system like that, do you have to keep circumventing it over and over again?
Not this particular one. No, I'd say you'd know how to do it.
You can open and close that at will, you think?
Yeah.
We got everybody that belongs to us inside this cabin.
Yeah. Blake and his guy have moved in. They're watching the rear guard rather itchily.
You
Okay.
know, if we don't find a way out of this thing,
Well, it either becomes a place to hide, or everything goes away, or it becomes a tomb. So,
all right.
let's get moving on the sphere, see what that thing's made out of, if we can improve it, and I'll have Max waiting by the door to shut it if things go south. Both of us.
Okay. All right. So there is. So why don't we do this since you guys are going to kind of move in? You're moving in, looking around, that type of thing. Whoever wants to make an observation roll is welcome to. I think the giant stone heads are probably worth a point of stress, don't you guys think? I'll make sure I'll add them on to the others as well.
Well, I just
Oh, did you get Did you get?
got
Okay.
it done.
All right. All right. Very good. Jake Sinclair with 3 successes. Um, so the as you move about, there's really not much here. Looking around, you can you've got your flashlights, and there are lights set up here. They're on runners, kind of up on the cave ceiling, but they're not on. You're guessing that there's probably a way they need to be reset somehow, maybe from the EMP from before. You're not sure. The The heads don't have a whole lot. There's not much to discern there. They're obviously humanoid. Their features somewhat exaggerated. The eyes are a little disturbing, in that they're kind of blank, like when you look at one of the ancient Roman or Greek statues in a museum. Um, and Oh yeah, okay, good job. This is all causing Roman some real concern, and he's starting to twitch, which causes everybody's stress to go up one. The giant gray sphere of stone also has markings on it that are very similar, you would say, to the markings on the urn. The obvious thought process being that this seems like a xenoarchaeological site, which in and of itself is absolutely astounding because, as far as any of you know, the only intelligent life found in the galaxy so far have been the Arcturans. And as you approach that, as you get closer to it, it you hear a grating of stone, stone on stone, and the sphere itself actually starts to turn. And when it stops, you're looking at a passageway hewn right through the sphere in further into the cavern.
So this started to happen when we approached it.
Yep, just automatically, seemingly.
I, okay.
What other choice do we have?
No, we don't. Do we see anything down here with flashlights or motion trackers?
Well, that's a valid point. Whoever's got who's using who's using a motion tracker?
I believe, I think Max has a AR-40 with motion tracker.
Okay, so he's got the one built into the gun.
Yeah.
Yeah. So go ahead and make that thing's got power 4 to start. So go ahead and make a power roll on that, and whoever's you shining a flashlight around, I don't really care who it is. Make a power roll on your flashlight. Okay. Dwayne did have a flashlight. That's right, because he looked down the. And I think a couple of you might have them built into your weapons too. But I won't make you all make power rolls because you're all using flashlights. That seems a little mean.
So on power rolls, I changed my power to 4. It was a 2. And then I roll.
And then you roll, right? But it
It's
only.
only 2 dice.
That's weird.
I'm going to try it again. Oh, there we go. Okay.
All
So
right.
I'm on 3.
So Dwayne, your flashlight starts to flicker, and you kind of tap the side of it. It comes back on. You lose 2 power. Decker, lose 1 power off your motion tracker. Um, there is it's hard to see because the passageway widens up. The cavern widens up past the passageway through the stone rolly door thing. That's a technical term for you. But there's a larger cavern beyond. It's hard to see much in it, just because of the way it widens out. Blake Blake says, "Should we close that door behind us?"
Yeah, I think we should secure that hatch and block anybody or anything coming in through that. Oh, no. Okay. I think
All right. Uh, Blake, he hits the flashlight on his AR-40, and he takes lead and starts walking through the stone passageway through the door, for lack of a better word. I'll just move you guys to the next section. So you can see that the cavern goes on for quite a ways. Hold on one second. I'm sorry, I just got a text message I need to look at. Apologize. Um, the section of the cave you're in that's numbered 2 is it's kind of just like a large hall, and there's more statues here. The cavern ceiling is much higher, and there's 7 of these statues lining the left side of the cavern, like headed this way, with 2 more over here. They're very bizarre. Um, I would use the word alien, and I'll show them to you. They look like that, and they're tall. They're 16 feet tall, and you've never seen anything like them, which I think would cause everyone to ratchet up the stress one more point. As you look off to the, as I had said, that there are 2 of those statues here, and then further off into this area, your flashlight. It appears that there's maybe some sort of altar over there. And then the cavern, and you have to point out, you have to notice that the cavern walls here are very smooth and almost sharp edged, as almost as if it's been artificially widened and made bigger. But the cavern continues on further in.
Okay. Um, is Blake taking points still?
He's there. In fact, I'll drag a guy over for him. He's there. He's kind of shining his flashlight around from his AR, and he kind of he starts to move forward, but he's not going particularly quickly.
Okay. And the sphere behind us is still open.
As you guys move away, it rolls closed.
Door's closed. I am going to move towards it and see if it moves open. Just to test it.
Yeah, yeah. When you do it, it rolls back open again.
Okay, cool. That also means that it's like pressure or it's whatever may be on the other side and wants to come through, will probably be able to come through it. So it's not necessarily a secure door. The glass doors are closed though, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we got that at least.
Um, since you're over by the big rolly door thing where it rolled open again, Max, go ahead and make an observation roll.
Ah,
Oh, oh, okay. Roll your panic.
what am I saying? Nerves of steel. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It didn't take away.
Well, no, it takes -2 off the panic roll.
Oh, I see. Got it. Okay, so now I have panic.
Yeah.
That's not fun. I didn't notice anything and I'm just freaking out.
But look at that roll. Look at
Yeah.
that roll. Yeah, okay, so you're holding it together, but you know, the word tomb really is resonating with you and is probably making your skin crawl a little bit. All right, so who would like to do what?
Let me ask you a question. Where did you say the big, tall, big guy figures were?
There were 2 of them on this side, and then there's 7 of them on this side, just
Okay,
lining the
that's
cave
what I
wall.
thought.
Uh, Yeah.
I remember the seven, and so two is nine. Well, since it has a number on it, I'm gonna take a few steps towards this section that's marked three and flash my flashlight in there, shine my flashlight in there.
Yeah. Y- you see what you can only describe as an altar. It's made of stone. probably a meter and a half tall, about a meter wide, um, and it's right up against the wall. On either side of it are two more of those carved stone heads, but they're much shorter than the big ones in the first cavern. They're about a foot, maybe a foot taller than the altar, so closer to 2 meters tall. So they're slightly taller than the altar. But these stone heads, they're different in that they have a decidedly, how should I put it, a decidedly female set of features, facial features. Though, just like the ones before, they are bald and have those exaggerated facial features. It's just they look more female. Um, there is on the altar a stone sphere, maybe 6 inches wide, 6 inches in diameter.
All right, so Rudy's going to speak up here, and she's going to motion to the team and ask them to come in for a huddle, um, trying to exclude Blake. Hopefully he's focusing on looking in another direction. Rudy actually has 5 natural leave on her, and I think we're pretty stressed out, aren't we, everyone?
Yeah, but
Okay, but natural leave stabs your
Not on the first dose.
Not on the first dose.
Oh, okay, so there's 5 natural leave. I hand them out to the crew.
All right. All right.
I think there's a little different to take one.
And those eliminate or reduce the stress?
Eliminate
Eliminate.
that warm feeling of safety uh, and uh, and relaxation washes over you, and it eliminates stress. Yeah,
We've got a fine Highland Scotch.
that's right.
Well, Dr. Roman, stress is not terrible so far.
Pocket it.
Yeah, it's going to stay that.
Max is up to 6, so I'm sure.
Yeah, Max saw some shit.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, Max is a little. Oh, that feels good. Okay. Drive on.
Dwayne, let's see. Dwayne has nerves of steel, so I think Dwayne's going to put his in his pocket too, but into his ever expanding pocket. But he might need it soon. All right.
All right.
So my question is, my question for the team. We shine a flashlight on the altar. I'm not sure that's going to give us a way out, but are we going to investigate that, or are we going to keep moving down trying to get out of here?
Well, I don't want whatever's behind us to catch up, so I vote for continuing down, and if we run into a dead end, we'll have a look over again.
Um, I'm going to have Roman make a straight wits roll. Whoever's running Roman, just roll straight wits, ignore stress.
Gotcha.
Kind of a, shall we say, a logical deduction roll. Okay, so 2 successes. Um, Dr. Mitchell Roman, it strikes him that the electron microscope was looking at a sample very similar to the black goo you guys have seen before, and on the table right next to it were stone semispheres, is the best way to put it, right? They uh, and that are very similar to this sphere that's sitting on the altar. So, yeah.
And Jake Jake grabbed up some of the semi-centers, right?
He did.
And Dwayne's carrying
The urn.
the urn.
Yep.
Um, oh, what the heck? um, let me move. Let me move closer to this altar thing to look at the half sphere.
All
Does it
right.
look like it's just half sphere? It's just sitting there.
Yeah.
Are there any inscriptions anywhere on anything?
Make an observation roll.
I knew you were going to say that. All right, come on.
Blake moves over to the large door and it kind of rolls open. Uh, okay.
Minus observation. Come on, nerves of steel.
Roll your panic. But you have a success. Oh, wow. Man, that's amazing. Okay, it looks very similar to the ones that Jake picked up. Same size, made out of the same type of stone. You asked if it has markings. It does have markings. It has actually has two lines of markings similar to what you saw in the urn, and right in between those two lines of markings, they seem to wrap the equator of the sphere. And right in between those two lines of markings is faint, um, a very faint line or crease that basically wraps the equator of the sphere, if that makes sense. Blake steps away from the door and it starts to roll shut, and he says, "We need to move. There's gunfire behind us."
All right, let's go. I'm not touching that damn thing. Let's go.
All right. All right.
I'm with you, Blake. I don't know what the rest of these guys are doing.
Yep, I think Max and Rudy are following
Okay.
post haste.
It's a conundrum, but I'm just not that curious. Not curious enough to get shot or maimed or whatever.
Uh, this part of the cavern, this is the largest part of the cavern by far, and it is stacked floor to ceiling with those urns, like the one that Dwayne is carrying. There's everywhere. They're everywhere. There's dozens of them. There's hundreds of them. There's a in the center of the cavern. There's a we're basically right where the number four is. There's a couple like floor to ceiling columns, and they're even stacked around that. There's hundreds of them. The When you shine your flashlight up above, the cavern walls and ceiling, at least what you can see of the walls, they no longer seem to be made of stone. Um, they it's made of metal. While the floor is made of stone, the ceiling seems to be made of metal. Um, but it's been sculpted. It has a frighteningly organic look to it, almost as if you're inside of a living being's rib cage. But it's black metal, and it undulates into the next area where you can make out a form down here. Everyone's like, "Oh shit, what do we do now? What do you do now?" as you move forward, um, I'm going to ask for an observation roll. I'm going to tell you what you see. The observation roll is for something different. Wow, 3 successes, Jake Sinclair. None for Max, one for Vickers. And, wow, no panics? No one panicked. I'm so disappointed. Oh, there's one. Though, Dwayne, you've been panicking all game, like every roll you make. Oh, trembling. Um, so this next area, obviously, you see in front of you one of those huge, giant, rolling stone doors, for lack of a better way to put it. Um, but that's really not what catches your attention. I mentioned that you could barely see a form in the distance, and as you approach, it becomes very clear that it's not a single form, it's multiple. But they don't move. And as you continue to approach, you definitely have come to the it's come to the decision that it is another statue. The walls and ceiling continue to have that ribbed organic look, even though they're made out of metal. But the statue that stands in front of you is most definitely a sight to behold. Prepare to behold it. An obviously feminine form, but with features that are very similar that you've seen before on the other statues. It seems to be carved right out of the rock. Um, Perhaps the statue wears a suit of some sort. She's humanoid, but she's huge. She's 15 feet tall. And you certainly recognize the two creatures that seem to stand about her legs, and they're made of stone. It's a statue, in some sort of some they would seem to be having almost an ecstatic religious experience around the center figure. But I think the thing that makes you tremble, that you heard Dwayne and several others of you heard as well, is the sound of what sounds like a giant metal door being either torn open or forced to open.
Is that behind us?
It's behind you, somewhat muffled, but plain as day. And would you all take a point of stress for seeing this statue, please? Because I think you would find it very disturbing, as beautiful as it is.
Yes, it's strangely disturbing.
Okay, so
And this is standing to the left of the big stone area, or the sphere.
Yeah, it's basically right here.
Yeah.
Dr. Roman's going to use the snap relief,
Okay.
and Dwayne's going to use his snap relief.
Very good.
Everybody's popping pills. Too old for this shit.
Yeah, and that kills your panic effect on Dwayne too. That agility penalty.
Alright, but that sphere, is it the same size as the one on the opposite side, or is it
Same type, but much bigger.
much bigger? Rudy will approach it, see if it starts to turn.
It does.
Alright.
I think it's time to go.
Yeah, and it reveals a large passageway as Blake he starts to head in, leaving his guy on rear guard as you guys go in. You can't help but notice as you enter this passageway, you hear the sound of the door on the far side spinning, and you come out into another cavern.
Um, spinning, that's a that's a big stone sphere that rotates.
Correct.
Um, Now, Dwayne is looking at it. Do you think there's any way I can try and secure it using the bolt gun that Roman is carrying? Or do you think it's just impractical?
I would think it was impractical based on the size of the door. I mean, the problem would be having something to secure it to. And while you could try to shoot through the floor based on the size of if this is in fact a perfect sphere, as it appears to be, the bolts wouldn't go through it far enough into it.
All right, I think we have to make our haste, guys.
As you exit the passageway, the cavern comes to an end. The walls and the floor and the ceiling seem to be made of something akin to a fusion of stone and metal, if such a material exists, and it bleeds into what you can only see, what you can only understand in this alcove ahead of you, a 3+ meter long stone sarcophagus, perhaps, and you can almost hear it. Well, you absolutely can hear it. It's humming, as if with power, or as if it were something that were high voltage. And just as you all enter and the door starts to turn behind you, the there's a hiss, as white vapor comes out of this stone sarcophagus, and the lid um, lifts up on apparently on hinges on the far side that you can't see, and a figure stands out of this sarcophagus, and she looks exactly like the figure of the statue behind you, except her skin isn't a normal hue like the statue's was, but it's white, almost so white as to be blue at points, and her eyes are just black orbs. There's no iris or pupil at all. She's completely hairless, and she turns and kind of fixes those eyes on you on the six. So I guess there's 8 of you here with Blake and his SSI guy. And as she does so, the wall behind her begins to move, and your motion tracker starts to go off. Dee dee, dee dee, dee dee, and you can see as 2 of these things that you've come to know as XX121 detached from the wall, having been perfectly camouflaged by the way the wall was molded, and they drop down to the floor, and one of them nuzzles against her leg. Gain a point of stress, guys.
So you said the wall behind her moved?
Yeah, and the
Like the Xenos coming out of the wall.
correct.
So it's not an opening.
It's not an opening, and she stands there. She's just standing there staring at you. She's holding one hand out as one of the other xenomorphs rubs its head up against her hand.
That's cute.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's beautiful. It's a thing of beauty. Um, and then the rolling rock door behind you starts to spin.
Yeah.
Um, she reaches down into the sarcophagus and picks up a device which almost looks like an EKG paddle. You've never seen anything quite like it, but that's the closest thing that that you're that's the closest thing, the closest analogy you can make. And she motions at you with her other hand, just kind of not almost in an uncaring kind of flick of the fingers toward in your direction. The xenomorphs hiss and start to move towards you, just as three figures uncloak behind you. Kind of a bizarre sound, almost as if a discharge of electricity and a passage of air. One of them is huge. He's probably, you assume you don't know, 10 foot tall, larger than these you've seen before. Another one, on the other hand, is rather short comparatively, maybe 7 foot. Doesn't appear to be as muscled because these things are humanoid, though oddly reptilian perhaps. But the Yautja decloaking at point blank range to you, I think, calls for everyone to make a panic roll.
And Rudy doesn't make panic rolls.
No, Rudy does, but she has a different panic system that I've not disclosed to you. So yeah, she can make a panic roll. But Napro Leave doesn't work on her, obviously, because she's an android.
Right.
Dwayne's holding it together. Vickers is holding it together. Okay. Rudy, ignore the what that says about trembling. Rudy feels something in the back of her head, but she kind of blinks it away. She's all right. Jake is trembling, -2 to agility rolls. Dr. Roman holds it together. Is that everybody? Is that all six? One, two, three, four, five, six. Um, the when these creatures decloak behind you, um, the alien woman in front of you, her eyes, or her, you can't really tell about her eyes, but her head kind of lifts up as she considers this. And the two xenomorphs start to move. They're kind of moving around your, to the left and right of your group. They're hissing. You get the impression they're not intent on you guys. Um, the three Yautja, on the other hand, one pulls out a what you can only describe as a pistol, the smallest one. Um, the huge one, you hear a shing, and these giant two blades come out of this device on its wrist, and the third, which is in between the other two in terms of size, appears to be holding a sword. So, how's everyone feel about initiative? Does it feel like a good time for initiative? While the team decides how the hell they're going to survive this?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, where are my initiative cards? Hold on one second. I'm sorry. I seem to have misplaced them. They're there. I apologize for that. Alrighty now. Well, the good news is you don't have video on me, so you can't really see now, can you? Alright, so let's do this. I'm going to turn off the dynamic lighting on this because we don't need it anymore. The mystery is over. You guys are in deep shit. You all know it, and you know the layout, so life is good. Um, and just because things are rather crowded, I'm going to leave. I'm just going to leave. Who is that right there? Is that Dwayne? I'm just going to leave Dwayne's icon right there for now, because I need to put everybody else's icon on the map so that we can do initiative. So we've got Jake, we've got Max. There's Rudy.
Dwayne has fast reflexes.
Oh, so he gets 2 cards. Very good. Very good.
And does anybody else have fast reflexes?
I think so. Yeah, Rudy does.
Rudy does. Okay, very good. All right. So and you get to pick. You get two and get the better of the two. So here's where the fun begins, as the great Han Solo once said. We'll start with Dwayne because Dwayne's player's actually here. Dwayne, I pulled you a 3 and a 5.
Well, obviously the three.
Why obviously? I don't know why that would be. So yeah, click your icon and put in the 3.
I will do that.
Thank you. All right. So we'll set that to the side, and then I'll pull for Rudy. Rudy gets a 4 and a 10. I guess Rudy wants the 4, huh?
Sure does.
Okay. Why is the turn order? There we go. There's Rudy's.
I don't know. For Dwayne, you gotta. Was it Dwayne that got that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta click the icon on the map and then hit initial card. Can you make that a button? Did you do that, Mark?
I got it.
You got it.
Yeah, I got it. Oh, he was a 3, not a 2. Whoops. That's okay. I can modify that quickly. Okay, very good.
Hold it.
Oh, that's Mitchell Roman.
That's Mitchell Roman.
Oh, shoot. Dwayne's up there. Sorry. My fault. Alright, I'm just going to delete Mitchell Roman for now. Pardon me. Sorry. Alright, so Jake, you have a 7. Max, you have a 6.
6.
Can I delete Mitchell out completely? No, we'll just leave him there. All right. Oh, that's unfortunate. Mitchell Roman, as well as all of the NPCs, are on. So Mitchell, Vickers, Mitchell, Roman, Vickers, and who am I missing? Oh, Rudy has lightning reflexes, so we let her have a 4. So Roman, Vickers, the SSI guy, and Blake Jones are all on a 10. And then I've got the bad guys. Hold on one second, I'm sorry.
Pull cards for the bad guys.
Yep.
Wow, they have really good odds of getting a 1 or a 2.
Unfortunately, that is probably very accurate. Oh my God. Okay. No, it's fine. Everything's fine. You guys, it's fine. I promise you. It's probably not fine. Okay. So this is where it's going to get really, really ugly. Let me sort this ascending order so that we have. So the 2 xenomorphs engage Yautja on the flanks. The first one, where's my xenomorph? Doesn't really matter, I think. And okay. Oh wow! All enemies within short range. So this is good. This is great. It's gonna work out. All right. So one of them is hissing at one of the Yautja. The other jumps right at the attack and makes this massive tail swipe. All players, including the Yautja, have to make a mobility roll to keep from being knocked down by the tail.
Nice.
It's getting good. Getting good. Wow. Look at that. Okay, so Roman failed with a panic, and so did Jake. So roll the Roman and Jake panics, please. Now, you guys have plenty of extra successes. Okay, Dwayne made his. All right, Jake is trembling, -2 agility.
So Roman, what? I'm sorry. What does Roman have to do?
Make a panic roll, please, for Roman. All right, he's holding it together. Now, you guys, let's see, Vickers and Decker both have extra successes. So Rudy's got two. So you guys have four extra successes, and you've got two teammates that have failed. Um, Now, I also have to roll for the SSI guy, as well as where is he? Where's he? Where's he? Where's he? Mobility. He succeeded, and then I've got Blake Jones.
Nice.
Wow. All right. So you guys have enough successes that you can hand them around. Now, technically, Vickers has one stunt. We'll just use one of his to let Roman pass. Decker, you have a stunt, and Rudy has two stunts.
Right. So there's one.
We gotta give Jake a success, otherwise he's going to be knocked down.
So yeah. So um, Max's success can go to him.
Okay.
Got two for
Rudy has two stunts.
two stunts, and everybody else is taken care of, right? So
Yeah.
it's plus one to a later roll.
Okay, so she gets 2+1s. All right, to her next scroll. All right, and then the the oh, the woman climbs out of her sarcophagus and just strides right through the middle of the group and kind of throws her arms out to the side to get whoever's in her way out of the way. It's basically a push attack. And that's going to impact Blake Jones and the SSI guy. I think is that what I rolled, a 7 and 8? No, a 6 and a 7. So that's going to impact Blake Jones and well, who would the sixth PC be? I guess we would just make it. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. I'll just go down the list. Vickers. So Vickers needs to make a mobility roll, as does Blake Jones, to avoid from being pushed down by her. Oh, Blake does not make his. He gets knocked to the ground. Vickers makes his. Okay. All right. And then all hell starts breaking loose. The Yautja with the sword moves right into the midst of you guys and takes an attack, makes an attack at the the large giant of a woman. The two on the sides, one is attacking with wrist blades, the other actually fires off a couple pulses, loud explosive pulses of energy from the pistol in his hand. I can resolve all that in a minute, but I want to know what you guys are going to do because Dwayne Dunning, you are a 3. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, pistol guy gets to act again. That's okay, but that's all right. We'll come to it in a minute. Yeah, Dwayne Dunning, what would you like to do? Oh, they all get to act again, but anyway, sorry.
So far, they're ignoring us. They must not think we are anything to be reckoned with.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend?
No, well, I don't consider them friends. I just, um,
Well, it's just turning into a melee.
Well, I know, but
Yeah.
they kind of went by us. So, um,
All right. Need a decision.
um, I'm gonna take my AR and talking's a free action, right?
Yeah, talking's free as long as it's not more than. You can't give a speech, but yeah.
I'm not giving a speech. I just want to ask. I just, what do we do, guys?
Well, what does it look like? Is there a way that we can run past melee, or are we going to hit
A, y-
grinder?
yeah, it's going to require mobility rolls to get through. It,
Yeah.
it's disengaging. So yeah, it's going to require mobility rolls to get through. There's no doubt.
What's behind the sarcophagus? Is that on the ground or is it
No, it's on the ground.
it's on the ground?
Yeah,
It's a pretty big sarcophagus, right?
yeah, yeah,
Oh, could I use it as cover?
yeah.
Well, that's what I'm thinking for all of us, because once they start slinging whatever they sling at each other, we're going to get hit with it. They can't get past them. Boom. So, I think, well, we're going in corner with the corridor, so go ahead.
All right. I'm gonna use my fast action to try and take cover behind the sarcophagus.
All right. So that'll move you back, pretty much back there. I'm going to ask you to make a mobility roll. Two successes and a panic. Roll your panic. Holding it together. You have a stunt.
I don't know what kind of stunt you could use for mobility.
+1 to a later mobility roll, or give a success to someone in the same situation.
Um,
If you want to do that, I'll let you hold that until
Yeah.
later in the round.
yeah, that's the only way it would work because I'm first. So,
Right.
yeah, I'd like to hold the success in case someone
That's fine.
wants to make a move and they need help.
That's fine. Because rounds take place over a period of seconds. So in that type of instance, if someone failed their mobility roll, it'd be almost as if you're grabbing them by the scarf of the neck and pulling them with you. So that's your fast action. What do you want to do with a slow?
I'm trying to figure out who's the lesser of two evils.
Well, how about we
Lesser of two evils.
lesser of two evils? That's right. In the service, one must always pick the lesser of two evils. All right. Well, let's do this then. Before you make that decision,
Oh,
why don't we just play out what happens with all these guys, and then you can maybe make your decision from there. What do you think?
well, okay, I didn't realize that was an option given that I have first initiative.
Well, actually, they have the first initiative, but
They have the first.
I was going to keep it to narration only. But in this case, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to do the guy with the sword is going to attack the woman. So would somebody do me a favor? Because I have to read and run at the same time. Could someone do me a favor? Just open their character sheet and make a close combat attack with 16 dice total.
Oh my god.
Wow. All right. And then she has armor, but it's armor piercing, so I'm just going to roll that. No successes there. Wow. Wow. Okay. Um, Yalcha with sword hacks deeply into this engineer. I'm sorry, you don't know that word. This woman in this strange suit, and even though the suit clearly is meant to function as some sort of armor, the sword just slices right through it, and she is bleeding profusely. All right, guy on the right is going to attack a xenomorph with his wrist blades. Would someone please make a close combat attack for me with 15 dice? And of course, we ignore the panic. Wow, oh my god. Okay, so then I need to roll armor for this guy. Where is he? There he is. And it's at a -5 because the weapons are armor piercing. No successes. Okay. Um, that is really tremendous. Uh, it slashes its these blades that come out of its wrist and carves so deeply through this thing, that this xenomorph, that it almost seems to it almost cleaves it in half, frankly. And then we have the yellow green that goes everywhere and somehow only does 1 point of damage. So, would you guys please make armor rolls? You should all have 5 armor except Rudy, if that's correct.
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, wait a second. Rudy's got armor of 5. Maybe that's because she was wearing super 4.
Um,
Must be, yeah. Yeah, so her natural armor would be what?
it's 0. Yeah.
0.
All right, Jake, your armor absorbs the damage, but your armor's reduced by 1. Dwayne, you take a point of damage. Now you've got that strength talent, don't you?
Yes.
All right, so roll your strength against it.
Just straight strength.
Straight strength, ignore stress. All right, so your strength takes it. That's crazy. You're like, this stuff's nothing. I've used hotter stuff than this on my food. Decker, your armor takes the damage, so your armor's permanently reduced 1. And then we still have to roll Vickers and, yeah.
And for Rudy, I just rolled a 0.
Yep. So she just takes a point of damage. And mark her stress up 1. Roman's armor takes it, so his armor goes down 1. And then who are we missing? Anybody? Vickers? No, Vickers made his. So he's good. All right, and then I got to roll these guys real quick. I'm just going to do, I'm going to just do it this way. I'm going to use it off here, even though that's not correct, but that's fine. Okay.
That's almost awful.
But depending on your point of view. So this acid sprays out, and these guys have a few less points of armor. He takes it, and he's okay. The acid sprays out, and one of the Yautja seems to take a little bit of spray damage from it. The one with the sword, it hisses, and he roars, for lack of a better word, than in anger or pain. The other two, the acid kind of sprays on their armor, and unlike your suits, when it hits their armor, it doesn't hiss and sizzle. It just seems to go inert. All right, and then the third one attacks. He is going to attack with his plasma pistol, which he has rapid fire, so he can fire with it twice. Someone make a ranged combat attack for me with 8 dice. Do it 2 times.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I need a ranged combat attack with 8 dice.
Ranged combat. 8. I think I did that right.
Oh yeah, no,
7, I was short 1.
that's fine. I'll take it and then roll one more for me. Okay, and then make another ranged combat attack with 8 dice.
Alright, so this one won't do the right way.
There you go.
Wow, you guys don't want me to roll for the bad guys against us, that's for sure.
So the smaller of the Yautja that has this pistol in his hand, he fires it off twice in quick succession, hitting the xenomorph in front of him both times. The first one blows a significant part of this creature's carapace off. The second one also does. Ooh, the second one might not. The second one does a little bit of damage. And then you've got the acid splash. Oh, that's not good. Oh my. Okay, so I'm going to roll for these guys really quickly. He takes damage. Oh, shoot. Alright, and then these guys have less armor, so I'll do that at -2. Oh. Alright. Alright. So, when he fires his plasma pistol off at this other xenomorph on the other flank and hits it twice, acid blood sprays everywhere. Sprays all over the sprays all over the Yautja, and it's hissing, and you hear furious growls and that type of thing. And then on top of that, the acid splash hits you guys. So there are 5 points of acid damage. So let's just go down the line. Jake, would you please roll your armor? 1. So your armor drops 1, but you take 4 damage. Does that break you?
Checking. Yep, only has 3 health.
Okay. Would you please roll a d66? A 45. Well, the good news is that's not immediately fatal. I suddenly can't find my table. I should have had that pulled up. I should have known this was going to happen. Because I'm a bad game master, I always have one thing that I forget to have ready. Because that's just what I do, right? 99 critical injuries. Oh, CP page 100. Thanks, guys. Alright, number 45. Your gut is bleeding. Okay? You are broken. All you can do is speak and crawl. You will die in 1 shift. If you do not receive medical medical assistance. And all right, so Jake, you're also running who? Vickers?
Yep.
All right, if you would please roll Vickers' armor for me, please.
We need him to survive because he's the medic.
Wow, look at that.
That.
So his armor takes 3 damage from the acid. So his armor's reduced 3, but he only takes 2 points of damage. Um, which
He's still up. Armor is now 1 point.
okay. All right, Max Decker, would you please make your armor roll?
Yep, here we go. Shit.
You take 5 damage, sir.
Alright,
Um,
that may have played somewhere. Oh,
would you would you roll a d66, please?
66. Alright, I haven't rolled one of these before. Is it by the regular?
Yeah, on your character sheet there should be a button that says d66.
Oh yeah, I see it.
An 11.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
You as you fall and hit the ground, the wind is knocked out of you. There's no effect, but you are broken, so you can only speak and crawl.
Okay.
Um,
No armor.
uh, all right. And then would you roll? Oh, Rudy just takes 5 damage. She doesn't have armor.
Right, and what, I don't have a health for her.
Um, ooh, you don't have health for her? Let's take a look.
It's not on the sheet.
Oh, all right. Well, we can fix that real quick. Her health should be her strength, and then I don't know if she has the tough talent or not. She does not, it doesn't look like. No, so her health is equal to her strength, which is 2.
2. Okay, so she's down also.
Well, but it's a little different for her.
Right,
So roll a d6 for me, please.
D6.
Yeah. Oh,
That was from Max. I guess
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. All right, that is a 3. Sorry, the synthetic critical chart is not in the same place as it is for other characters because they're not trying to make my life easy. Um, it's one thing I've never quite gotten, but whatever. 111, I'm sorry. A 3. Um, roll a die. Roll 1d6 for me. Even odd. Odd. Her left arm has basically been melted off by the acid. But she is still otherwise functional, but anytime she takes damage, she'll take a critical hit. But her left arm is melted off. All right, so we're on Dwayne. Dwayne, make your armor roll against 5 acid damage, please. Two successes, so reduce your armor by 2, and you take 3 damage, which you can then make your strength roll against. Which is absolutely crazy. Alright, so Dwayne takes a point of damage. I assume Dwayne's okay. He does gain a point of stress from the damage, obviously. And then would you please roll for Dr. Roman's armor?
Yeah. Hold on. I gotta pull up the sheet.
No problem. No problem. A 1. So his armor goes down by 1. He takes 4 points of damage, which I'm guessing breaks Dr. Roman, Mitchell Roman.
Yeah, his strength is 3, so he's broken.
Yeah, please make a critical roll, a d66 roll for me. 26. The acid has burned through his suit and into his shoulder. He can't use one arm. Make a d6 roll. Even is the right arm, odds the left arm. All right, so his right arm is unusable. Yeah, so he won't be able to use weapons that take 2 arms or stuff like that. Well, he's broken anyway, so yeah. All right, now I've got these 2 guys. Last but not least, the remaining security personnel. Where's his armor? There's his armor.
The red shirt guys.
Yeah. His armor takes 1 point of damage. However, that's not enough. The 4 hits him and he breaks. Anyone got a D66 handy? 13. He's in crippling pain. Okay. So he's down on the ground. Ah, get it off. Ah, but he can't really do anything. And then I have to make one final roll for Mr. Blake Jones. Where'd my roll go? There it is. His armor takes 4 of it, which reduces his armor, but only reduces it to 5 because as the acid burns through the outer plate, it hits the sodium hydroxide level and starts to go inert. Meanwhile, though, he does take a point of damage, which he can handle. Um, so we kind of retconned all that for a moment there. So Dwayne, now we're technically on your turn. You do have a mobility success. You can do with it whatever you like. If you wanted to back off to the sarcophagus, or if you want to do something else. Um, uh, I would say Blake probably shouts, "We've got to get out of here."
Alright, so technically everything's simultaneous, right?
Pretty close to it. Yep.
So everybody who's broken isn't broken till the end of the turn.
No, because the aliens still went first, so they're in the process of breaking. Anyone who's breaking is not going to be able to roll.
So they're not going to be able to do anything.
However, if you guys decide to disengage and run, extra mobility successes will allow you to pass on to a broken player.
Yeah, but how many guys are broken now? 3?
Who's broken? Jake. Jake.
Moments is broken.
Jake.
Yeah,
Mitchell.
I think you can mark this one.
Max is broken. SSI guy is broken. But Blake Jones is not. Rudy is broken, but she's a synthetic, so she's still up and moving. It works differently for her. Is that everybody? So basically, half the team is broken. 3 PCs and 1 NPC. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, both Max and Rudy are broken. You can mark them too if you right click on the icon on the map.
Oh,
And go broken. There's like a skull and crossbones, a sad face, a ninja. So, I don't know if you want to mark them just so you keep track.
yeah.
Alright, so
I'll just put an X. An X means, well, I don't want to X Rudy because even though she's broken, she can still act because she's a synthetic. But I'll do an X. I'm not going to do the skull and crossbones because they're not dead. Good call on that. Let's see. So Jake is broken. Max is broken. SSI guy is broken. And I know the situation with him. And then Mitchell Roman. Is that the one I'm missing?
yeah.
Yep. Perfect. Okay.
So Vickers is or is not?
Oh, hold on.
Vickers is not. He took some damage, but he's still up. And you're all in the vicinity of room 6, obviously. I've just moved you off the map because there's not a lot of space there.
Alright, so I have a mobility success plus a stunt.
Plus a stunt. Yep.
So for the fast and the slow, can I drag somebody out through that rotating door and out of the
And get into 5? Yeah, absolutely. So we'll put Dwayne over there. And then,
and I'm gonna take Max with me.
okay. All right. take Max with you. That is fine. All right. And that brings us to Rudy. What is Rudy going to do?
Rudy's still mobile, missing one arm,
Correct.
and so she's gonna try to drag Jake
Okay.
in
S-
place with.
So make your mobility roll, Rudy. Three successes. Holy crap on a cracker. So you make it out. Rudy makes it out. She takes Jake with her, which is right there, and you've got another success.
Right, for mobility, so I've already got two.
Yeah, I'm not going to let you drag somebody else out just because you only have one arm. If you had two, I could make an argument, but
Yeah,
with having the acid burn through your shoulder and then you watched as like this white goop kind of drips and the arm falls to the floor. Yeah, I don't think you can
yeah,
pick up a second person.
yeah, okay. So, I mean, but I can help somebody else.
You can give a die to somebody else, plus one to. I'll let you give a plus one to somebody else or something.
Who's left that can move around?
Vickers.
Well, give a plus one to Vickers then?
All right.
Hold it.
Wait,
Vickers, who's broken?
Um, Roman Mitchell is broken. Vickers is not, and the SSI red shirt is broken. Blake Jones is not.
All right, so that success to Vickers is important because if he can get two successes, he can pull Roman.
Yeah.
right, so instead of a plus one, you can give a six to someone, right? So I can give that to Vickers?
Well, yeah. I'll let you.
I want the plus one so I can roll more than one success. Is that what you're saying?
Um, I'm trying to think about it from a standpoint of cinematically how that would play out. I by dragging a one Jake out, that basically was you giving a six to somebody. If you had two arms, I would let you do that again, but I'm not going to. So
I don't know what to do then.
But I thought you, excuse me, a moment ago, I thought you said that he could give an extra
I'll let him give
success and give an extra die.
I'll let him give an extra die to Vickers. Yeah,
And
Yeah,
that would give Vickers a better chance of getting two successes, which would allow him to pull Mitchell Romans out.
yeah, it's
that's
true.
true. Yeah, so let's do that.
All right. So let's see, going through, it actually gets to Roman and Vickers' turn. Oh, wait a minute though. Uh, I've got the aliens first. Um, well, wait a minute. No, I don't. Hold on. I've got my initiative screwed up. Shit. All right.
I thought the aliens. I thought all those guys had.
They acted on turn one, but they have a second action. But I got my cards mixed up because I got my alien cards right here as a 1 and a 10. Meanwhile, I had 10 for the NPCs on the tracker, which isn't right. So the NPCs are an 8, the aliens are 1 and 10. So the NPCs do get to act. So that's Vickers. Um, Vickers, you want to try and disengage and get out of there? Is that with the plus one die?
Yep, that's with a plus one.
Yeah, so you have one success that allows you to get out, but to not pull out anybody else. You can push. You did not panic.
Yep, I will push. That's about in line with the medic trying to save somebody.
I agree completely. 100%. And there it is.
Oh, nice.
All right. All right. Blake Jones has to get out of there now. Where's Blake Jones?
Good luck for you, Blake. Hey, he's the one who yelled, "We have to get out of here." You're just taking his advice.
Yeah, that's right. Blake has one success, which means he can get out, but he can't take his buddy with him. His good job, Blake. You left your whole team to die.
Boring as hell.
Yeah, yeah. But you guys are on the other side of the big rolly door. And there is hissing and xenomorph screaming and terrifying howls, and there's weapons fire, and there's all kinds of shit going on the other side of that door. A xenomorph comes flying through the passageway and crashes up against the wall over here, followed by a well, one of these numbers. Um, did that even play? Did anybody hear that?
No.
What the heck's going on?
Heard that.
You did? Because I'm not.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Okay, well, anyway, you get the idea. Um, do you guys want to hang around, have a tea party, or?
Yeah, I think maybe a picnic. Nothing too heavy. Just keep it light. No. Get the fuck out of here.
All right,
We've been dragging ourselves today.
all right.
The,
Um,
the only thing that Jake can do is crawl, so if somebody's gonna carry him, otherwise he'll just have his tea party.
yeah, I see this as everybody having an arm wrapped around their shoulders with the stumbling dragging thing. As Sarah Connor trying to pull Reese out at the end type thing. Um, and you guys go charging out. The sounds of the battle rage behind you, and as you start to get to the far side to the other door, the battle is clearly spilled out into the cavern, and uh, I don't know that you dare to look to see who's winning.
Don't care.
Yeah,
I don't care. I keep going.
as you move through into the next part of the cavern, uh, the blast steel the blast door is just completely rent open. It is just torn apart, large enough for a very large individual to get through. As you approach it, um, you see the two Wayland Utani guys that are left behind. They're on the floor. One's had his head blown clean off by something, and another is missing an arm and he's disemboweled. It's absolutely horrible. Uh, you continue to run through, and right there is a corpse of a Yautja. It looks like the Wayland Utani guys got one on their way out. Um, Blake Blake stops for a second. He goes, um, he said, he says, keep going. And he leans over the corpse. And I'm going to take over Roman for just a second, Dr. Roman. Dr. Roman, this thing is laying on the ground. It's got bullet wounds all over it. Its armor looks beat up. It has a some sort of cannon on its shoulder that is smoking and looks inoperable. Who's carrying Roman? I know Dwayne's carrying Max. Who's carrying Roman?
It,
Maybe it's Rudy.
I think
it was Rudy.
it was Rudy. Okay. Um, Roman says in your ear, Rudy. He's very weak. He can barely talk. Obviously, he says, "Stop a second. Get a sample of blood."
Getting what?
From the young T, right?
Yautja. Yon T.
Gotcha.
Yon T is D&D.
Right. Some games.
That's right. Um, yeah, he says blood sample. Um, Dwayne. Not Dwayne. You're Dwayne. I'm sorry. Blake is leaning over he's leaning over the Yautja, and he seems to be dismantling something on the creature's arm. And he pulls out one of these razor sharp blades that you guys have seen them extend from their wrist. He kind of gets it worked out of the housing, but then he starts pressing on a device on the thing's arm, and it's beeping as he does so. Uh, he says, "This thing's gonna blow up. We're gonna have about 60 seconds. Get what you need, quick."
I hate it when stuff beeps and counts down.
Um, so, does someone want to take the blood sample, or are we hauling ass?
I mean, can we take a quick sample? Just
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
scoop it up and
Um,
just,
I would say Vickers. Does Vickers, Jake? Does Vickers have a, or Bob, I should say, does Vickers have a medical kit in his inventory? I think he does.
Yes.
All right, so if you want to do that, use up the medical kit and then make a medical aid roll with a +2. Oh wow, I didn't realize the time.
I know. Gotta turn on the light. Gotta turn on this.
Yeah, I got you. All right, roll your panic. Holding it together. Two successes. So using the med kit, the way I foresee this, the med kits have things like adrenaline syringes and stuff like that. You probably evacuate those, and this thing's got it's got a pretty tough leathery skin, but you pull some of this stuff up into syringes and get a good sample, and Roman's like, okay, let's go. Blake's like, yeah, we've got to get out of here. Um, a blast of energy from behind you comes through that and like blasts part of that doorway off. They're still fighting back behind you.
Going towards that elevator, baby.
All right, all right. So we're going to we're going to montage this a little bit as you guys get away. I think is the best way to handle that. The there's something I was looking for though. Yeah, that might work. We can do that. Ooh, there we go. Turn that down a little bit. As the sounds of battle are decreasing the further you get away, and as doors close behind you, and you doubt that all of the combatants are probably still standing. But as you get to the elevator doors are torn off, and Blake, he's on point. He kind of checks it really quick. He says, "It looks like it's working. Come on, come on, come on!" And as you guys all file in, he hits the button for the top floor, and immediately pops back against the back of the elevator, pointing his gun down the hallway, and nothing happens. He reaches forward again, hits it one more time, and points his gun down the hallway. This time, there's a kind of a screeching of metal, and you're fairly certain the sound of something unsquishing below the elevator car as it starts to rise. Bits of the doors are half torn off and hanging, and they get sheared off as the elevator starts to go up and up and up and up. It's you pass by level 2, and very quickly you make it to the top. Level the main level. As you guys exit onto the main level, two SSI guys are here dead. I and there's bodies everywhere. There's Wayland Utani security guards. There's just people, just scientists, guys in lab coats and hazmat suits that were obviously just in the way of these things as they came through. The doors on the end of the hallway heading towards the landing pad are blown off or torn off their tracks. This door is intact, and there's a thumping sound coming from the other side, and you look and you see a twisted form of what was a person pounding on the door. Blake, he looks down the hallway, he looks back this way, and he says, "All right, come on, let's go, let's go." And you guys go charging out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Heading towards the ship, man.
you get outside, and your tractor is a wreck. It looks like it took a hit from a high energy weapon, maybe a plasma beam phalanx. You're not sure. On the far side of it, and that's what blew it up and pushed it up against the airlock door. Your ship is in the distance, and as you guys go charging across this snowy territory, dragging each other to safety. You see in the distance the destruction of the colony. It's just there's just smoke and debris everywhere, and you can hear off in the distance the screams of some of the people that still live in the colony as your airlock door closes behind you.
Wow. Okay.
Um,
So we got a damaged pilot and
Yeah. So um, Vickers, you need to unbreak Max so he can fly us out of here. Meanwhile, I have to use my success and go get the ship's reactor started.
okay. All right, so we'll let you do that. Go ahead. Oh yeah, you just have an auto success, so that's perfect. Um,
But it still means my guy is back in engineering for a while.
That's true. For a good 10 minutes. Vickers, do you want to make a medical aid roll on Decker to what was your what was your critical hit, Decker? Was that the your shoulder was messed up? You couldn't use your arm? Jake is the only one that has a fatal critical. Yeah, I've got that written down. So Vickers, you can make a medical aid roll to start treating people's criticals one at a time. I assume you want to start with your pilot.
Yeah.
All right, perfect. And you do have a surgical kit, yeah? Yeah. Okay.
Well, Max Decker, he rolled that 11, so
Oh, he had the wind knocked out of
he
him,
had the wind knocked out of him.
but he still needs to be unbroken. Yep. So make your medical aid roll, Vickers.
Do I have any modifier?
Only if you have any more medical kits.
Oh, I thought are they in the ship? Are there any in the ship stores?
Oh, I'm sure there are.
I thought there would be.
Plus 2 modifier?
Yeah.
I don't see any in the ship stores.
Oh, okay.
Well, something you guys forgot to stack up on, so no modifier, just a straight roll. No successes. Do you want to push the roll?
Yeah. Push that roll.
Two successes and a panic. So all right. Nervous twitch. Everyone's stress goes up one, except for Dwayne. You're not there, obviously. All right. So Decker, he's bringing you around. You regain 2 points of health. And by the way, just a rules clarification. That's the only time you can do that with medical aid. Medical aid only restores health when the target is broken. But Decker, you regain 2 points of health. As as Dwayne is working and the engines are getting up online and all the power's coming up. Blake Jones, he pulls his hazmat suit top off so that you can actually see him. And I'm going to show you a picture of him.
yeah. All right. A little bit fucked up.
And he says, pardon me, excuse me. He says, set course for Grendel, NN4285 in ICSC space. We can meet Rose there.
Show me his picture again.
Sure, I would be happy to.
Wow, he's been through a ringer. Okay.
The question is, do any of the players recognize him? Not the characters, because the characters won't, but the players might.
Well, yeah, it's Reese.
Yeah.
Reese from Alien. Well,
Right.
super exotic.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Well,
So
I'm glad you unbroke Max because I don't think you guys would want me to fly this thing.
yeah,
Although I do have 5 piloting dice, but still.
that's pretty good. Um, so can I hurry up and get out of here?
Yeah, 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 yeah. I won't make you make a piloting roll just to take off in your ship. And I kind of left this part out in the narration, by the way. As you guys were reaching your ship, there was just a huge tremor underground, and as you guys were climbing aboard, the facility was falling in on itself underground, down into this giant crater. Uh, yeah, so
Okay. Nick of time.
yeah, so you guys are lifting off, surveying the carnage beneath you. It's pretty bad. You make it out into space. Um, yeah.
Wow, that was a tight one. Could have easily lost a lot of characters.
Yep.
Well, it's and to give you an idea, Blake told you to go to Grendel in ICSC space, which you guys are here. Grendel is all the way out here.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's quite a distance. Probably 15 parsecs or so. So it's going to take you guys some time to get there. But I think that's for another day.
Excellent.
Cool. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, I'm glad you went ahead since those guys had initiative one, all the bad guys. I'm glad you let them play out their attacks because became clear. It became immediately clear that after watching those guys attack each other and what was happening, that we didn't want to hang around. We couldn't.
Right.
There was no way we could win. We're lucky if all of us can handle 1 or 2 aliens. Forget 3 aliens and how many? There were 3
Three. Yeah.
other guys.
Yeah.
Those. So yeah.
What was the tagline from AvP? No matter who wins, we lose. All right. All right, guys. I had a lot of fun. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that was great. That
And
was great. How are we looking for next time?
um,
Next week's not looking good.
yeah, it'll be 2 weeks, so it'll be the 7th.
The seventh. Okay. I'll let Sharif know.
All right, cool.
Thank you.
All right, guys.
See
See,
you guys then.
see you around.
See you then. Good job. Good.